It's absolutely brilliant day, beautiful day today. I hope all of you have enjoyed your stay here, so you are accommodated very well. You find your place. Many of you we met already yesterday during the evening reception, and that was good. Those who haven't been on the evening reception, we are looking forward. Event is just beginning, and that is not so much left behind, so everything is still in forward. Today is interesting day. We are 1 week before the autumn solstice. And autumn solstice means in northern latitudes that the day length and the night length is the same. So we are privileged to be still in this daylight conference time, so that daylight is more than the darkness. And I hope you really enjoyed the full moon yesterday. It was so bright as sun, almost you need to have moon glasses not to get hurted. But this is a very special day because for Latvian history, that was the day when we were the richest, because all the harvest was there. That was the time when we were celebrating wedding parties. There will be no wedding party today, but we will celebrate the academic gathering called 10th International Tourism Studies Association Biennial Conference, Bridging the Gaps in Tourism Knowledge and Practice. This is 10th in a series, important conference, global conference. We are about 40 people participating here on the site. About a dozen of them, not of them, but additionally still will be online. So it's an important gathering. We are from 20 different countries. The farthest have traveled all along from South Africa, from Singapore, from India, the nearest from Latvia, from Estonia. Nice to see you here. And this is always about the academic debate. I know you are the part of scientific community who are really keen to debate about those important questions, what we have about the future of sustainable, smart and secure tourism. My name is Andris Kleppers. I'm one of the scientific committee for this event and one of the host organization, Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences, together with my colleague Agita Līviņa. Probably you know her even more by name, having all kind of emails about your presentation or some texts and some other things. So we tried hard to get you together today, and this is success sitting today here. A little bit about the place where we are. First of all, very practically, the meeting rooms are named according to Latvian rivers. And this is Daugava River, the largest river we have just behind our building, and that's, let's say, the destiny river for Latvians. We will share another room for the parallel sessions, which is called Amata. This is another river from our region where Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences is based. So some of you will find it on the second floor. This is Latvia. We don't have ground floors. We have the first floor. This is where we are. And then we should go to second floor. So don't miss the counting. I know that it is different in some other countries. Just to share a little bit about the place. What does it mean to be Latvian? What does it mean to be in Latvia and to hold such a global and important conference? First of all, I remember one story from my childhood and how my grandmother, who had the name Salcerīte in Latvian, if we translate it to English, it will be Little Hope for the Sun. That's a beautiful name, what the lady could earn. And once in 1990, on 4th of May, when there was the voting about Latvian Independence Declaration, and that's already long ago, we were sitting in our farmstead in a yard, the whole family around small radio, and we counted every vote, what the deputies voted for Latvian independence. 1, 2, 3, and we went all the way until 51, and we understood already with the tears in our eyes that this is the history. This is Latvian independence. We voted for that. At the same moment, my grandmother came out from the room, and she had 3 pieces of textile, 2 in red color and 1 in white color. And that was Latvian flag. But actually it was made in pieces straight after the Second World War, because it was a prohibited symbol. You can't keep it at your house. If you have trouble with that, you can be sent to Siberia, or there were different really punishments about that. We were really crying at that moment because something so important was kept more than 45 years, hidden deeply in the shelf of the room, in different parts of the shelf, because it was so important, but it was so scary. And something, when it was sewed together and first time we had our flag in our farmstead in the yard, that was very, very emotional. When I remember, I was 13 years old at that time, the same age as my youngest daughter right now. And my youngest daughter is studying geography in the school. And in the geography textbook, there is written that the highest Latvian mountain is 311 and 94 centimeters high. And I will repeat, the highest mountain is 311 and 94 centimeters high. We don't use in daily Latvian the word hill. You can technically say as geographer, there are hills. In Latvia, there are no hills. We just have mountains. We have a sky mountain, we have a cloud mountain, we have sun mountain, we have air mountain, which is this highest peak. And it probably reminds something like Himalaya. But Latvia is a flat country. And we are jealous to our neighbors that you have almost 7 meters higher peak than Latvians have, so they are happy about that. But it says something about Latvians as a small nation. We are extremely proud about what we have, and we really express great gratitude about what we have. It's always when it's about sports event, cultural event, some important business event like this, the global conference, it's always more than just event. It's also about the recognition that we are on this world. And that's super important because we will never stop trying hard, the same as other nations, but being around 2 million, less than 2 million, we need to run the state, we need to run the business, we need to run the scientific community, and it's not the same easy as for some bigger nations. I would say that story we share among all the Baltic states, which are about the same size and with the same struggle. So this is shortly about where you are, what we are. There will be much more stories shared, and of course we will try to accommodate you as nicely as possible and make all kind of friendships. And you need to know about Latvians as a Nordic nation. We establish contacts not so easy at the very beginning, but when we should say goodbye, usually it lasts about half an hour, and that's a little bit typical about our northern mentality. So try to be patient learning Latvians, try to be patient being in the Nordic region, but it's really, really good time to be here, good time to explore Riga as a capital city, as big city, one of the biggest in the Nordic region, and that is something to really benefit from this event. So I will give the floor for the opening already for the next speech, and that will be from the global perspective, from the Tourism Studies Association, International Tourism Studies Association, which is important organization, global organization, and Vice President Vanessa will introduce herself even more and give you some nice words for the opening of this event. Vanessa, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, beautiful people. Sveiki. So to start with, I would like to give a small gift to Vidzeme University, and I would like to invite Agita for this. Okay. So this is on behalf of the university. And how do we do that now? I don't know. Someone should take our picture, I think. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So this is yours. So friends and colleagues, welcome to ITSA's 10th Biennial Conference, which is taking place in the historic city of Riga and in front of the beautiful river Daugava. Yeah. Okay, so I think in the local language we would say Lipni Ludzam. Am I right? Lipni, I say Lipni. Lipni Ludzam. So we have to learn the language, it's very important. So I stand in front of you as the Vice President of ITSA. ITSA is International Tourism Studies Association, and I'm representing Professor Chine Banzil from South Africa, Professor Alastair Morrison from Greenwich University, and Professor Lina Zong from China. So on behalf of Chine, Alastair, Lina, and members of ITSA IJTC, I wish to thank Vidzeme University for the warm welcome and hospitality. I wish to especially thank Agita, Monta, Ilse, Galina, and all those who have directly or indirectly worked together to make this conference happen. Thank you to all participants who traveled all the way to Riga to meet us. To our distinguished guests from around the world, we extend our warmest welcome. And to participants attending online, I hope they are online already? No? I hope, yeah. So, thank you for being with us virtually. They will see that afterwards anyway. So last but not least, I wish to thank my director, Professor Prafula, for taking his time to come and see us here. To attend this conference, my friends, Mahendra, Paula, my students, I don't know where they are, Subhajit and Anj, Katie from Taylor and Francis, Abhishek from Singapore, I saw Abhishek, yeah, from Singapore, and new friends like Kostas and the others whom I met yesterday for the first time. So, friends, there's an old adage which says, what is behind the scene is not seen. So, let me raise the curtain for you so that you can see what was and what is behind the scene. I would request someone to change the slide as I'm going to move forward. Someone would do that for me? Yeah. Yeah, I can do that myself. Wow, technology. So how do you do that? I don't know. How you see? I have to go on a training. Oh, it's this one, yeah. Okay, great, great, great. Yeah. So as you can see here, I can see it here also. So ITSA is 18 years old. same age as my daughter. That's why I remember always. And it was founded by a group of visionary scholars in China. They were not Chinese, maybe one of them, but they were people from around the world. They gathered for a conference, and this is how it was founded. And the objective of the association is to bridge the gaps in tourism studies and research, education and training between developed and developing countries. So this is the uniqueness, because most of the association, when you look at them, they have got very specific objectives, which are, of course, very laudable and commendable. But here, what is different is that we try to bring knowledge to developing, underdeveloped countries, and we try to bridge the gap as well, which is really very important, because sometimes developing and underdeveloped countries, they lack resources. They are not able to travel. They are not able to, access knowledge, and we try to do that always. So ITSA, IJTC is expanding rapidly, and we have representations in South America, USA, Caribbean region, Canada, South Asia, UK, Ireland, Western Europe, Central and Eastern Europe, Middle and East, North Africa, East Africa, South Africa, Indonesia, South Asia, China, India. The list is long. Anyway, we are separated by distance, but we are connected by commitment. This is my motto. This is what I wrote myself. I said, yeah, we are separated by distance, but we are connected by commitment. And this is true. You're going to see that in a while. Our driving force is our management team. So where they are? No, these were the founding members. This was in Beijing. Yeah. So this is our management team. We have 4 executive members. In fact, we have 7 associate editors, 2 editors-in-chief, 18 RVPs, regional vice presidents, and a fantastic social media team managed by myself and 4 other members. So you're going to see me everywhere, okay? So this is how it is. So this is the executive members. And these are you would see Andres, Alastair Morrison, and they are the editors-in-chief for IJTC. We are going to talk about that in a while. And then this is the IJTC editorial team. I'm here again. And this is the social media team. I'm here again. And then all the others. So you would see that we have got Sandy. Sandy is in US. Shem is in Kenya. Ting Yusui, she is in China. Pinas is in India. And yeah, that's it. This is a fantastic team that we have. And they are helping us to disseminate information, to share whatever we have. So just for information, ITSA has witnessed a surge in global interest since the past 2 years. And we have over 1,000 members, and as you have, I didn't want to read the whole list, 65 plus countries. We have members from 65 plus countries, I repeat. And we have facilitated like 150 plus international conferences. And just now, we are going to complete the 10th Biennial conference. I think this is an achievement, and we deserve this, yeah. And as I'm saying, our members are increasing steadily, and ITSA implements various activities to achieve its objective. In a while, we are going to talk about that. It's important for you to understand the context so that you know how we have reached here. And our members, as I said, and this is, I'm going to show something to you. These are our regional vice. Let's have a look at them. So we have got Sarah there, we have got Gunette here, and then Minji. So you would see a long list. So these are our regional vice presidents. We have to do justice to them. We have to show their faces, because I said what is behind the scene is not seen. You were not aware about that. So I'm sharing all this. Okay? Abhishek is here in person. Yeah. Agita is here in person. Yeah. And these two, they are not here, of course. Yeah. So separated by distance, connected through commitment, unity through diversity, the global reach of ITSA and IJTC. So this is the puzzle. I want to talk about this puzzle. So you're going to see that, as I'm saying, we do lots of things to achieve our objectives. And we have collective vision, and we are trying to make sure that we are advancing tourism knowledge through interdisciplinary collaboration and research. So you see, there's lots of things here. What I want to say is that ITSA and the activities that we do, we try to make sure that whatever we are doing, it's really benefiting the society. and we are talking about the developing and the underdeveloped and even the developed countries. So we have biennial conference. You would see on one side of the puzzle, on one puzzle, biennial conferences, which we are doing just now. We have a newsletter which appears twice a year. We have our website. We give lots of information. Sometimes we have scholarships and everything, which we announce on and off. We have got our 19 regional vice presidents. We have got the IJTC. We are going to talk about that a bit later. We have got our social media team. We organize webinars. We have the Philip Peirce Strategy program. So this is a very interesting program where we try to put three different members together. We are going to take one emerging scholar like a student and a retired person from the ITSA community, and then a mid-career person. So we put them together so that they can help the student, they guide the student. And we have had 2 or 3 cases, and I think Abhishek will talk about that a bit later. We have got our membership program, and in our membership program, there's a list of advantages that one can get when they become a member. What else? We have got special interest group. So we are talking about those special issues that we do. You're going to see we have so many of them. And again, it's on the website. Let me see what I have not said now. So there is something which I would like to say, that despite that we are geographically dispersed, we are culturally diverse, we bring, you know, all our expertise and knowledge together. And this is the richness of ITSA. And we are not only talking the talk, we are also walking the talk. You just go on our LinkedIn. We have ITSA, IJTC LinkedIn, Facebook, Insta, and all those things. You're going to see how many things we have done so far. Yeah. And we have signed long-term contracts with partners in China, Egypt, India, Indonesia, and Kazakhstan. And moving forward, I will talk a bit about IJTC, the International Tourism Studies Association. No, the International Journal of Tourism Cities, which belongs to the International Tourism Studies Association. So IJTC belongs to ITSA. And this is a journal which is like we are publishing, we are committed to publishing rigorous and insightful research to help shape policies, inform best practices, and ultimately contribute to sustainable development. And so far, we have published 2,000 plus research papers. Maybe we have a bit more now. And IJTC has made its debut in Clarivate's Journal Citation Reports 2023 database. And as I think as a 9 years old journal, we are doing really well again. So in fact, it's what makes this news more exciting is that it's our first ever inclusion in JCR, and we are already positioned in Q2, and we know that we are going to get to that Q1 very soon. This recognition is not just a win for us, but for the entire community of researchers, authors, and readers who have supported IJTCs in this journey. But I think that personal touch is really very important, and this is what we have at IJTC or ITSA. We never leave messages unattended. This does not happen at all. I'm sure Paula will witness that. You send a message to us within 12 hours, even less, we are going to respond. This is our motto. This is how we operate. We will never leave messages for weeks and weeks, no. We really value our members, even non-members. They ask us questions, we try to answer to them. So now, well, today it's a very important day for us also, because we have an announcement to make, and I think that this announcement will be made by my colleague, Katie. She has come all the way from US just for this announcement, and also to see you as well. And Katie is the portfolio manager of Taylor & Francis for Tourism and Hospitality Journals. And I think that on this note, I wish you all a fruitful and memorable conference. May your time here be filled with enriching experiences and valuable connections. So if you want to know a bit more about me and you want to contact me, Google me, you'll get me. Vanessa, okay. I want to do something. Actually, when we presented you the gift, the director was not here. Let's do it again. The director will present the gift. It's I am Sirmore. Please do us the honor. We will have a picture with Agita. He doesn't know what I'm saying. So I have got a kind of, you have to, yeah. You have to carry this again. Yeah. So we are going to give her this. I carried that.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I have already done that. You do that now.
You should be also there.
No, I have already done. We'll be together. Where are the students? They are not even here. Oh, I'll come again. Why not? Oh. What should I do?
I will take it.
Oh, thank you.
There we go, that's good. Yeah. Perfect, all right.
Oh, my, we do closer. Would love to see it on your desk next time.
So I leave it to you. Okay. Oh, yeah. I'll be there.
Yeah, I don't even. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Vanessa, and thank you everyone for the really warm welcome that I've had here so far. Thank you everyone for joining online. I hope that you are online and you can hear me. So we at Routledge Taylor and Francis are thrilled to be the incoming publisher for the journal IJTC. We're really excited about this journal. It fits in perfectly with our very esteemed, very reputable, if I may say, portfolio at our publisher. So more importantly, we are very aligned with ITSA's objectives. So specifically to bridge that gap that we've already been hearing about between the research, education, and training between developed and developing countries. So we truly view publishing relationships as true partnerships. We place great value on this frequent and strong levels of communication, not only with association, its members, but also with the editors that we will be working with. This journal, again, fits in very well, not only with our hospitality and tourism journals, but also with our urban studies list. So this is a really unique journal in that it kind of does both, and we're really excited that it just fits in perfectly, and we're excited to take this forward. This very highly ranked journal, as Vanessa was saying, stood out for so many reasons when we started these discussions last year, but we were especially impressed with the just grand diversity, not only with the editorial board for the journal, but within ITSA itself. So we're looking at the authorship, its member bases, where it holds its biennial conferences. We heard, 65 plus countries being represented. That is very closely aligned with my organization, Taylor and Francis, as a global organization. We're very committed to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And we really seek out partners that share these same values. Again, we're very excited to support the journal in its efforts to grow and to collaborate on strategy and to, as Vanessa was saying, get this journal even more improved than it already is doing. So we just look forward to navigating this and the changing publishing landscape together. So thank you very much for having me today. Again, thank you for the warm welcome. And please don't miss out on the IJTC information meeting on Friday at 2:15 if you're still here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Taylor and Francis, and our very important association. So we will be hosted nicely all the next days. We have another member to announce for this opening speech, and we have several supporters here. And one of the supporters is Latvia Convention Bureau, and of course, without professional help, it would be hard to organize by just academic personnel all the things. And I would invite Galina Bukowska as the representative from the Meet Latvia to say some words for opening.
Thank you, Andres. Good morning. Labrīt, labas rītas, tere, bonjour, guten morgen, and etc. So there are so many. Sorry, Vanessa, I don't know how it is in Indian. I should be ashamed. I was in India, but I do not remember. But you have very good start with Latvian language. I promise I will improve. So glad to see you all here, and I have such an honor to say a few words from Latvian Convention Bureau, from our president, Jānis Zvirbulis, who is unfortunately outside the country, but he was sending very warm welcome to you, to the delegates, and his personal warm welcomes, and I will read what he asked me to pass to all of you. Tourism used to be characterized by an emphasis on leisure and service to attract customers. While that emphasis is essential to the industry, tourism is expanding its horizons to serve as an engine for advancing sustainable development across the world and across sectors. It is important to look on tourism from several dimensions: economic, social, and also environmental. That is from the lens of sustainable development. In economic terms, tourism has become one of the fastest growing sectors. Apart from COVID and challenging geopolitical situation, this trend will continue. In many countries, tourism is also becoming a driving force for social inclusion, benefiting youth, women, small and medium-sized enterprises, and also local communities and rural populations. In this sense, tourism is generating significant multiplier effects on social inclusion and economic empowerment. Tourism sector and tourists themselves are also becoming increasingly environmentally friendly, as seen in the growth in ecotourism. Across the globe, the tourism sector has become a critical pillar within national development planning and policies. Sustainable tourism has a unique ability to connect sectors and to advance sustainable development. In adopting 2030 agenda, European member states stressed the importance of tourism and included a specific target on tourism in SDG by 2030, diverse and implement policies to promote sustainable tourism that creates jobs and promotes local culture and products. Today, it is time to promote sustainable tourism, to create income opportunities for local population, to enhance understanding, friendship between the nations, to increase environmental awareness and protect the natural and cultural heritages of the destination countries. This conference gathered tourism industry, academic staff, international experts with the aim to promote tourism and to develop sustainable tourism strategies. Latvia Convention Bureau and I personally as well wish you productive discussions, and we are looking forward to successful outcomes of this meeting. Thank you all. Have a great day. Have a great time in Riga. Have a great time in Latvia. And welcome back with your families.
Thank you. Just for curiosity of the association side, how many of you have participated in one of the previous ITSA conferences somewhere else globally? Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. And how many of you are for the first time in this association conference? So at least everyone has raised a hand once. Later on in the afternoon, we will have a special gathering for the members of the association, but also for those who are curious about what's going on there. So all of you are warmly welcome there. Following the program, some of the housekeeping notes just quickly before we start the keynote. So as I said, we have 2 rooms. When there are the parallel sessions, we are between the both floors. Always you will find a bathroom just next to the entrance, so we'll be safe with that. You have the green lights in case of emergency, you know where to run. We are discussing about security and safety, so it's important to keep. Once I mention, I will think we will not use it, sure. Other things, we will have the coffee break. That's usually outside of the room. You will go straight into the coffee break when the break is there. We will have lunch. Lunch is just in the same building and in the restaurant area. So we are accommodated very cozy. It's easy to find everything. If something is not clear, we have Ilse sitting at the reception desk, helping from the Connex group, one of our organizational partners. She will help if you have any questions. So far we are, I guess everything is clear. You have the programs, we have some online presentations, we have a majority of the presentations face-to-face here. So we are ready for the first keynote. It will be followed by 2 of the keynotes right now before the coffee break. And we go straight to the point. That will be the story about the green branding in urban marketing, branding the destinations, and that is by our honored Professor Alistair Morrison, research professor from School of Management and Marketing, University of Greenwich, United Kingdom, and many more important things he has done. If you have the book of abstracts, you can read other titles of Professor Morrison, and all of them are important. I hope Professor is already online and we can switch to the first keynote. And please follow to the content, and afterwards we can have a possibility for the discussion and the questions. Rise with your, or let's say move your head like this, as we do in Latvia, if you agree with everything what I told so far. And I see that Professor do the same. So we are ready for the first keynote. Here we go.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Well, the second thing I always ask is, can you understand me?
We start to understand you.
Well, for those of you who don't know me, in the background here is the University of Greenwich in London, at the Old Royal Naval College, but I'm not there right now. I'm actually, and let me ask you a question. Do you know, if you're listening to my accent for the first time, do you know where I'm from? It's going to be a little bit interactive, this keynote. Do you know where I'm from originally?
Scotland, people are saying.
Scotland, okay, Scotland. Very good, okay, well, I'm from Scotland, however, I live and work most of the time in China, in the People's Republic of China. And I want to say to you, there were some good mornings that came out there. I want to say, Zhao Shan Hao, which means good morning in Chinese. And I want to say in my own language, because I'm a Highlander from Scotland, Matin Va, which is good morning in Scots Gaelic. I also want to, Andres had a very nice introduction, and he talked about the history of Latvia, especially when you gained independence, and how you took the flag, your grandmother took the flag, and put it all together. Well, we have the same history in the Highlands of Scotland, where we had to hide the tartan. We had to hide our tartan, and we hid it behind the bricks in our cottages and took it out when we had freedom. So I also want to say to you, Zhong Cho Jie Kuai Le in Chinese. What does that mean? Andres talked about is it the autumn solstice or the winter solstice? I don't know, whatever it is, a week's time.
It's autumn solstice, yeah.
Well, I said Zhongqiu Jie Kuai Le, and that's because it's the Mid-Autumn Festival in China. It was yesterday, actually, but I borrowed that from today. And at that time, we eat these delicious things called mooncakes. And if you can see here, there's a couple of characters on there that say tong ching, and that means, my wife told me, the whole world or nation joins in jubilation and celebration, So, Zhongqiu Ji Kuai Le, a little bit of Chinese. Now, I'm based in eastern China, and we just had a typhoon. And unfortunately, fortunately, I should say fortunately, we were not blown away by it. And I also hope in doing this presentation that you're not blown away by what I say. And maybe I do hope you're blown away that I say something really significant. So having had all the introductions, I want to switch to the slides here. And we tried this out earlier and it worked. So hopefully it'll continue to work. Here we go. Please give me a heads up if you can see this.
Not yet.
Please tell me if you can see the slides.
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay, well, there's something I did wrong there. Okay, we'll go back and do that again. Here. Share. Presentation. Okay. This will be it. Can you see the slides now?
Not, yes.
Yes, you can?
It's there.
Super. Technology, all the way from China. Right, well, let's begin. And you took away 7 minutes from me, so I now have 40 minutes. And we'll begin the countdown now in terms of the slides. I already said good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 10th ITSA Biennial Conference in Riga. And we've been planning this conference at ITSA since about November of last year. And it's been a great experience in planning it with all the partners that were mentioned so well by Vanessa. My presentation is called Green Brings Green, the power of sustainable destination branding in urban marketing and development. Now, can anyone there tell me, maybe Katie will get this before anyone, green brings green. What does that mean? What am I implying there? Do you have a microphone? Can anyone respond? What do I mean by green brings green?
Probably it's a real green, not the greenwash.
Well, that's one interpretation. Yeah, thank you, Andres. Any other interpretations?
Somebody says money.
Spot on. You know, when we talk about money, particularly in the United States, and I've been in the United States for many years at Purdue University. When we talk about green, we talk about greenbacks. In other words, the dollar bill. So I believe that being green or being sustainable more generally can be profitable, can bring economic benefits to a destination. So that's why I put that in the title. Let's move ahead. As you can see, there are 5 parts to my presentation this morning. And it's afternoon with me, but I must remember it's morning with you. You can see the presentation notes in the beautiful, and I think it's very beautiful, book of abstracts for this conference. And if you want a copy of the PPT, and I hope that some people might, please contact me directly at a.morrison@greenwichac.uk. We don't say Greenwich, we say Greenwich. All right, you got it. So first of all, I'm going to talk about city and destination branding, and talk a little bit about green destination branding, make a comment there, ask a question, then get into a few destination branding basics as a second part. And then I think maybe the more interesting is the indicators of sustainable destination branding and some case studies, some from Europe. Then I'll introduce in the fourth part the branding action pyramid and sustainable destination branding success factors. And then I'll briefly, there's only 3 conclusions, I'll briefly mention these to you. So that's the plan. And I do have 40 minutes. I might not use all the 40 minutes. I practiced this. I might not use all the 40 minutes for my monologue. Hopefully it's not just a monologue. And there'll be time for questions and answers. Let's move ahead. Yeah. Thank you, Andres, for saying something about my publications. And there's 4 of these recent books that I used in preparing the presentation. I must say that 3 of these were with Routledge. I have a habit of saying Rutledge, but I think it's Routledge. And I'd like to thank Katie and her company for publishing me. And for this particular presentation, I drew special inspiration and data from a co-authored book chapter with Professor Andres. I don't want to get Andres and Andres mixed up here, at the University of Greenwich. So one book chapter we did in the handbook on sustainable tourism. Now, those of you, I know there's some friends of mine from Estonia in the audience. I hope they're there. Some might be online too. They've heard me say this, that I'm very proud that I'm a pracademic. I want to repeat that word. I'm a pracademic. You might have heard that word for the first time this morning. What does it mean? It means I'm a half practitioner, I'm a half academic. So what I write about, what I present about, tends to be based upon real business experience that I've had, plus a knowledge of what's in the research literature and the academic literature. So I know that online and maybe in the audience as well, there are other pracademics. So good, let me wave to you. Maybe you don't see me, but I'm waving to you anyway. And one of these I want to call out is my colleague and been a friend for many years, Dr. Jens Threnhart, who'll be presenting a paper soon. And Jens is, I think, currently based in Thailand, although he's been on assignment in Saudi Arabia recently. We are an international group. So those are where we got the sources of information. Now, the question I want to ask you here as we get into this topic, this subject, is it green destination branding? Is that the proper term we should be using? Up on the next slide. Now, before I show you the next slide, some academics, some articles have been written about green destination branding. And the authors have tended to use countries like New Zealand and Costa Rica in Central America as the examples. So what I want to ask and what I want you to think about is it accurate for us to use that term, green destination branding? Is it broad enough? Is it holistic enough? That's the question. You don't have to answer it because I'm going to answer it now. And the answer is no, in my opinion. We have city destination branding. There's a definition. I'm not going to read my slides. I don't do that, but it's all there for you. And there's a definition of destination branding. City destination branding is from Morrison and Maxim, World Tourism Cities, and the destination branding definition is from Marketing and Managing Tourism Destinations by yours truly. So while there is a concept called green destination branding, I think we should be using the term sustainable destination branding. Green destination branding is too limiting. Now, for example, the Global Sustainable Tourism Council, GSTC, says that a city must meet sustainable management, socio-economic, cultural, and social and environmental criteria, not just environmental. And one of the, I think she's online, Dr. Jawei Lee of the University of Greenwich, she's done some pioneering work on socially sustainable behavior. So it's not just about green. Nothing wrong with using green. However, it is a bit limiting. And if you're a DMO, a destination management organization, it's much more useful to use the broader term of sustainable destination branding. On the next slide, and that was this slide is the previous slide shows the criteria from GSTC. This slide is of the circular economy, which is one of the subtopics. And it's really associated with environmental sustainability. And again, one of the main sub-themes for this particular conference. And here we're trying to reduce our use of precious materials, cut CO2 emissions by following this circular economy concept. All right, is everyone okay? Am I putting you to sleep? Andres?
Not
Andres.
yet. Everybody is smiling brightly. Yeah.
I'm really happy to know that, Andres. Thank you for your story, and it made me really feel it warm and happy. Anyway, circular economy. The other thing that we must consider as cities is the Sustainable Development Goals, and particularly SDG 11, which is making cities and human settlements more inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Almost every one of the 3 S's of this conference. And then you can see side by side on this slide, the 6 expected outcomes from SDG 11 now. It's too small for me to even read on my screen, probably more difficult for you to read. But anyway, they're there, and that's the circular economy, the SDGs, and we'll move ahead now to part 2. Move on to some destination branding basics. Now, actually, branding is very complex. And I know that some of my friends who are listening, they've been involved in branding as a practitioner, and it's complex, it's difficult to do. And in fact, it's just one part of the portfolio of destination management roles. So I want to position branding within the destination management roles in this slide. If you've read the book, the 3rd edition of my book called Marketing and Managing Tourism Destinations, you will know that I talk about 8 roles of destination management. And I won't read them all to you. You can see them in front of you. But you'll notice down the bottom right, it says marketing, branding, and communications. So branding is just part of one of the roles. Marketing, branding, and communications. And in the middle of this diagram, there is the concept of destination social responsibility, which I call DSR. You all know what CSR is. However, not many people talk about DSR, but certainly DMOs should practice DSR. And we should follow the principles of sustainable development and translate them into sustainable tourism. So that's positioning branding in the broad set of roles for DMOs in destination management. Now, I said that branding was complex, And I'm sorry, switching there. And you can see from this brand development process diagram, the branding is quite complex. And there's different steps. There's 4 main stages in the diagram, and a lot of steps involved. It's sometimes, and I can think of one case in particular, Calgary in Alberta in Canada, where I spent a lot of my life in Canada. And it took them a year and a half to develop the brand for the city, the destination brand. So it's not something you do overnight, because you've got to have a lot of involvement from stakeholders. And that takes a while. And so anyway, it's complex. And I want you to remember one thing in particular when I talk about branding, is a brand is not just a slogan. So it's not just, 100% New Zealand, incredible India, all of those ones we know so well. It's not just the slogan. It's much, much more than that. Right. Made my point. Now, in this diagram, there are several characteristics of what we think are effective destination brands. In fact, there are 11 of them. Too much for me to read out and list to you. But I think there's 3 of them that are particularly important when we're doing destination branding and sustainable destination branding. One is we've got to be consistent with the positioning or the image of the destination. We've got to somehow express the destination's personality. And then, most of all, perhaps, is got to be well accepted by all stakeholders. And that's why destination branding, because of having the stakeholder buy-in, that's why it can take a year or more to do properly. So you get the idea, hopefully, that branding is not easy, and it's certainly not just a slogan. Yes, Andres, did everyone get that? Are they nodding their heads?
People are doing that, yeah, so far we are. So far we agree with you.
You can see me sipping my cup of tea here, but I'm very sorry if that puts you off. But anyway, let's move ahead. Part 3 is about indicators and case cities in sustainable destination branding. And I think this is like the meat in the sandwich, if you like, the meat in the sandwich of the presentation, the real substance. In our work for preparing the handbook on sustainable urban tourism, we conducted research on sustainability initiatives in cities and city tourism. So more or less what you would call secondary data analysis. And what follows in my presentation are some of the main findings of that research for the handbook on sustainable tourism. This is one of the key findings from the data. We found 8 common indicators of sustainable destination branding in cities, as you can see in the diagram. I'll just read, now these I'll read to you. Green certification, they were green certified. They had incentives for operators, DMOs, to participate in sustainable things. Even customers, they had memberships in sustainable groups like GSTC. They were part of networks, sustainability networks. They had joined in declarations like the Glasgow Declaration on Climate Change. And they had joined in pledges and commitments and made those commitments and joined those pledges. They, probably most importantly, they had spent time developing sustainable destination plans or strategies. Key one. And then they had incorporated sustainability in their visual identity. So those are what we noticed and what we derived from the literature reviewing. And I must emphasize here that It's important when you're doing literature reviewing, I believe, to not only look at the articles in Scopus and SSCI, but also to look at the practitioner literature and see what the real world is saying about sustainable destination branding and sustainability. So these are what we call the branding and sustainable development indicators. Right, move ahead. So as I said, we got this from studying cities, and we came up with what we thought were, I'm going back here, sorry. Slip of the finger, sorry. We came up with certain cities where we thought definitely these cities are practicing, at least to some extent, sustainable destination branding, and there were 6 of them. And you see them listed here, and I'll briefly talk about them and then move on. But one was Cape Town, South Africa. So anyone from South Africa, virtually or in the audience, welcome. And we had a fantastic visit to South Africa, a fantastic conference in Shrani in 2018. And we love South Africa. We love South Africans. Cape Town. Copenhagen, closer to our Scandinavian friends there, very well known for its sustainability efforts. Ljubljana in Slovenia, maybe not as well known, but well known in Europe for its efforts. Singapore, Abhishek, stand up and be proud, Abhishek. Singapore is very well known for its efforts, although a small place. It's a powerful place. And then Valencia in Spain, and then Vienna. So 6 of these. And I must say here, to qualify the list, this is just a very small selection or subsample. There were several other cities where we saw good examples of sustainable destination branding. Now, I'll talk about these, and I want to do it briefly because I want to give you enough time to question me, if you like. And I noticed I've taken 21 minutes, and you were into my time by 7 minutes. So we'll need to watch the time here, even from now. But let's go ahead. Cape Town. I think Cape Town, if you study tourism, you will know that Cape Town is associated with the term responsible tourism. Responsible tourism seems to have came from Cape Town, South Africa. However, it's more than that. If you look at Cape Town, they've done a fantastic job in developing their waterfront for leisure and tourism purposes, the Victoria and Alfred waterfronts, which they developed from brownfields. Again, mentioned the association with responsible tourism. And like every other city, they're having to deal with globalization and local issues like safety and security and sustainability, urban gentrification, poverty, water shortages more recently, that's climate change, slum areas, and the water shortage that I mentioned. So Cape Town, one more slide in Cape Town, not going to read it. This is the Cape Town Declaration on Responsible Tourism. And if you want to read anything about responsible tourism, there's a guy called Harold Goodwin. And he writes a lot about responsible tourism. And he's in England, and I think he was quite involved in the conference that originated the responsible tourism guidelines. Cape Town. Copenhagen. I always use Copenhagen, and I like Copenhagen. In a bikeable assessment of Copenhagen. They had a project called 10 times Copenhagen, and it was conducted by wonderful Copenhagen, and they wanted to find out what visitors and residents thought of Copenhagen, what they have in their minds about Copenhagen. And what they found out was, interestingly, I think it's very interesting, the most cited aspect by residents and visitors was that Copenhagen was bikeable. So a great place to ride a bike. You wouldn't say that about some cities, I'm sure. And the survey also found that 67% of the local residents had not experienced any problems with city tourism and were positive about welcoming visitors to Copenhagen in the future. So it really didn't show much evidence of over-tourism. So the DMO, Wonderful Copenhagen, I think is a very progressive DMO and a bit of a trendsetter among DMOs. And as I said, this was a survey that determined what was most important about the city to residents and visitors. So how they would position Copenhagen in the future. They also had a program more recently in 2023 called Copenplay. And what it did was it rewarded visitors for doing things that were sustainability oriented, like picking up plastic waste. And if they did that, they got kind of a discount on local attractions. And that was called the Copenpay scheme. Okay, I'm halfway through my slides here, and I'm going to pick up the pace, Andres, don't worry. So I think the Copenplay initiative was a game changer idea for DMOs. Next. Sorry. Clicking away here. Ljubljana in Slovenia. And we call it a European green capital. In fact, it was voted as or selected as European green capital in 2016. And more recently, selected among the top 100 destination sustainability stories for 8 years in a row. 8 years in a row. They monitor sustainability indicators regularly. They cover things like the environment, the economy, society, culture, tourism, and human rights. And remember what the Global Sustainable Tourism Council said, and it's more than environmental, they do it right. Beautiful city. I've been there to visit. Here you can see what their Visit Ljubljana say as 10 examples of sustainable tourism in the city. And I won't read them all to you. A couple of things I've highlighted, 3 things I've highlighted here. Ljubljana tourism encourages the use of locally produced food in hotels and restaurants. They have the highest rate of household waste separation in the EU. And they have innovative activity-based guided tours of the city to areas that are not the most visited. Interesting. So that's Ljubljana. Definitely belongs on our list. In my clicking right here, Singapore, or Abhishek and other friends from there. Always one of my examples. And they have a slogan, I think they do have a slogan, maybe still have it, called A City in Nature. And they've developed something called the SG Green Plan. And it's one of the most ambitious sustainability plans for a city and a global city. And you can see here, one of the pillars of those 5 pillars in the diagram here, the 5 little green things, is a city in nature. Right. Another thing about Singapore, which really stands out for me, is it's recognized as a world leader in biophilic design of buildings. So that's where you see a lot of plants, a lot of flowers on buildings, in buildings, like this picture here, this photograph. So biophilic building design in Singapore really stands out. So Singapore, such a great example. Valencia, Spain. Spain, of course, in general, is renowned for its smart cities and smart tourism. And Valencia is one of these cities. But what they did, I think what they did that was unique in Valencia was they developed a methodology for measuring the carbon footprint of tourism. Now, they have a goal of making Valencia a carbon neutral destination by 2025. Here's a little bit more detail on the carbon footprint calculation that they did and they publicized. There's the website address, the link to get to it. And I won't, since time is running fast on me, I won't talk about that in detail. Next slide is Vienna. And Vienna is really well known. If you look at the Mercer survey, Vienna usually ranks first in the world in terms of livability. And what they say is cities that are great to live in are also great cities to visit. That's a good saying. So I mentioned Mercer. They're also very well known for promoting green meetings. So, and we hope this is a conference in Riga, will be as green as possible. Here are some green meeting guidelines, and I won't read these to you, but they're there in the presentation. And I'll move on to another topic. So there's the 6 cities. Now, when Christina Maxim of the University of West London and I were doing World Tourism Cities, the book, we want to answer a question. Is there a positive relationship between global tourism cities and quality of life rankings? So, in other words, are the top tourism cities in the world also great places in which to live? Good question, isn't it? What we found out, maybe a little surprisingly, maybe not, the comparison suggested that the top world tourism cities are not necessarily the best places in which to reside. So, in fact, medium and small-sized cities tend to have higher ratings, like Vienna. Austria in Zurich in Switzerland, some other Swiss cities, Auckland, New Zealand, and several cities in Australia. So we answered the question. And on the next slide, you can see the numbers. And you can see here, Bangkok ranked number 1. Sorry, Jen, 2018 in the ranking by MasterCard. In quality of life, it ranked 227th. Paris ranked 2nd, quality of life, 174. Yeah, I think we answered the question. All right. Now, get to the details of our findings here. And Anders and I wanted to go further with our research and not just identify the cities and the indicators, but to give some practical implications for city sustainable destination branding. We came up with a branding action pyramid and sustainable destination branding success factors. This is the pyramid, and you see 7 required actions. And you see here certifying, planning, greening, co-creating, partnering, incentivizing, and then branding and communicating. So I won't talk about it in detail, but that's what we thought were the key things to integrate and do when you're doing sustainable destination branding. This slide gives more detail of each of those steps, descriptions of them, and then there's the examples. So again, time is of the essence now. I will not go into detail on each of these. These are the factors that Christina Maxim and I came up with in terms of successful tourism destination branding in cities. And the key ones are designing policies, strategies, and plans, having a clear vision and objectives, stakeholder cooperation and partnership, and the support of the local community. Very, very important. This is another model that has got sustainable urban tourism success factors, a little fewer criteria here. Again, I won't read them to you, but they're there for you to use if you want to. Moving ahead more rapidly. Now, smartness or smart tourism or smart cities or smart development is often mentioned as an element for promoting sustainability in cities. So, however, from this diagram, you can see that's not just about smart technology. So we've got 7 elements in this diagram, in beginning with the smart economy, smart infrastructure, smart mobility, smart living and livability, like the biophilia, smart people, like the people in Riga, definitely, smart environment, and smart governance. So we need the authorities to be smart as well. So, I remember smart is one of the 3 S's for this conference. Yeah, I'm coming close to the end of the presentation, but in using up all my time, unfortunately. Other recommendations on sustainable branding for cities. My colleague Andres, I mentioned his name before, the University of Greenwich, he did an article for the Journal of Tourism Futures, and he didn't talk about smart tourism cities. He talked about wise tourism cities. I like that concept. Wise as an owl. So wise tourism destinations are more people-centered in their use of technology, but also seek to build their resilience by contributing to the wellness of their residents and their visitors. And then another guy called Hospers, right? He talked about warm marketing and not cold, detached marketing. And he talked about addressing actors that have emotional or socioeconomic ties with the city. In other words, the residents and the operators, of course, other stakeholders. Getting close to the end of my presentation here, this diagram I get from numerous presentations. I'm very proud of this diagram. It's called the advice model. Talk a lot about stakeholders. So we have the advice model, and we're trying to get to things about the planet, people and prosperity, who's involved. Stakeholders are the authority, the destination, the visitor, the industry, the community, and the environment. And then you can see out to the outward part what these are, who they are in more detail. And here's what each of the 6 stakeholders should be doing to ensure sustainable destination branding. Again, I'm not going to read everything to you. It's there for you to go through and peruse, and hopefully it will make sense to you. Let me move then on to the very last slide and conclude my presentation with 3, so at the beginning, there'll be 3 conclusions. And I want to say, first of all, that changes in consumer attitudes and preferences, also external factors and global issues that we mentioned, expressed in the SDGs and elsewhere, are reasons why urban areas need to form a closer relationship between destination branding and sustainable development. So we're talking about the fusion of destination branding and sustainable development, not 2 separate things as they're traditionally treated. And then I think the changes ahead will force city DMOs to align their USPs, or unique selling propositions, much more closely with aspects of sustainable development, and that will bring more green for them. And then last, cities must avoid destination greenwashing marketing. So as consumers, I believe consumers, and others believe, consumers are becoming increasingly cynical about exaggerated or misleading by destinations. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. It took me 38 minutes. On my clock here, I'm going to pass it back to Andres, and I don't know if I have more time for questions.
Thanks for very attractive way of presenting. No one was sleeping, and we really are happy of consuming such a great content of your presentation. We have time for 2 questions because we will shorten a little bit the first coffee break, but that's still very convenient because it's next to the door outside. Do we have the questions here in the room, please, from the
Thank you, Alistair. This is Abhishek from University of Newcastle, Australia, Singapore campus. Thank you again for the wonderful presentation. Yeah, you mentioned mooncake, and I did bring some mooncake for our hosts here to enjoy. So thank you for, again, introducing that bit, and they can try. I should warn them that 1 mooncake is 1,600 calories as far as running a marathon. So be careful of what you hope for and wish for. And my question here is about scalability. You know, you talked about urban cities and how urban tourist destinations can embrace, you know, whether you say greening or green from green, whether the same model is scalable across different destinations globally, which vary in different size, although you have 6 case studies, but some more pertinent comments, please. Thank you.
Well, that's a very good question. And thank you, Abhishek, for making the trek all the way from Singapore to Riga. I'm sure it was a long journey, and thank you for bringing the mooncakes. And to answer your question, yes, I think it's scalable across different sizes. And of course, the range goes from about 50,000 to, you know, tens of millions. I think that to be realistic, though, it's much easier to do sustainable destination branding in a smaller city, like a Riga or a Singapore even, than it is to do it in a huge city like Shanghai or London, behind me, London. So I think, yes, it's scalable. However, it's more feasible in smaller cities and medium-sized cities than large cities. And by the way, mooncakes, there's 2 characters on there, I said, and those 2 characters mean something like the whole world celebrates. I think I said that earlier, but anyway, I'll say it again. What's the second question? Before I bore you more with mooncake trivia.
And there is room for second question from the audience. If we have, I don't see any questions online. You can raise it online as well. So we have a question here.
Hello, this is Marit from University of Tartu Pärnu College. Hi, Alistair. I have a question that have you encountered any researches that actually prove that green brings green?
Well, that's a very good question, Marit, and thank you again for the association that we've had together over the past 2 years. And I'm hoping to get my body in good shape to get to Estonia and Latvia soon. There is actually very little research about that to prove that by having sustainable destination branding, it produces more economic benefit. What I would say there is encourage you and your colleagues to do that. I think that when you think about the 2 examples that they use in green destination branding, although it's not all of it sustainable destination branding, Costa Rica and New Zealand, they have very much benefited economically, socially, environmentally, and culturally from adopting sustainability. So I'd say there are, you know, there are real examples of this, but in terms of academically thorough research, no, there isn't much to prove the linkage, I must say. But I propose that. So it's okay for me to propose, isn't it, Merit? Or is it not?
She says thank you. So that's it. That's it. Thanks a lot, Pracademic, as you propose to call yourself, is a lot of practice and academical background for such a major impact for our topic of the conference. And thanks for your inspiring works. We are reading more about that behind the speech here. So large applause to our professor, Alistair Morrison, from University of Greenwich. And we continue.
Greenwich.
Yeah.
Greenwich.
Because you have spoken about green so much, I will speak even Greenwich. But of course, it's Greenwich. Yeah, as you say, sure. True. So we have the second keynote. Thanks a lot for the first stage, and we follow with the second one before the coffee break. And this will be delivered by Ilona Beliatskaya from Estonian Business School. And that will bring us towards the smart cities, the other keyword important for our conference. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, hi everyone, and it's my pleasure to be here, and I'm very delighted to be the keynote speaker after the distinguished professor. So I think I will remember this. That will be the milestone in my career. But anyway, I think it's a good practice, yeah. So yeah, I came from the neighboring country, from Estonia, from Tallinn. And actually I'm going to present the topic, and it was quite interesting for me to hear what Alistair already mentioned, because what he said, it's very much relevant to all of us, and some of the points I will also address in my topic here as well. So basically my keynote is related to my doctoral research, what I'm doing at Estonian Business School, and my topic is about the smart cities and communities. So briefly saying, how can I navigate? So should I press like next one? Yeah. So my topic is, so maybe first I will mention the topic and then I will go to the details. So topic is about like how we can use communities for the smart cities development, specifically on the focus on the urban commons and sense of place. So briefly talking about myself, I am, as I said, like junior research fellow at Estonian Business School. Quite soon, like in 2 weeks, I'm moving to Vienna because I will be the Ernst Mach fellow there in the Vienna University of Economics and Business, specifically in the Institute for Urban Governance and Management. So Vienna will be one of my cases as well. And also, I think that's how I was invited for this conference, because I still keep ties with the Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences, and I used to live in Latvia 3 years ago, and you know, like I had this nostalgic walking yesterday in Riga, and that's like gave me this like warm memories, because like I still feel that Latvia is one of my home countries anyway. Yeah, so talking about myself, like my background comes from tourism management, because in the past I had my bachelor and master's in tourism management and hospitality, but I switched more into urbanism, so that's why I called myself like urbanist, slow traveler, researcher, and you can continue. So we all have different, let's say, roles in our life. Yeah, so talking about the keynote, what kind of topics I'm going to address. So first of all, I would like to start with this so-called notion of the postmodernity, because we live in times of the postmodernism, and then switch to the topic of what's the connection between tourism and cities. I mean, like, the connection is very obvious, but now, you know, like, we live in times where lots of things are going around. Like, we have lots of these protests again, mass tourism, and I will tackle this later in my presentation. And still we have this big focus, and that's what Alistair also said, that we need to kind of foster these community-based initiatives by the locals to make this friendship between local and tourists, because we have this kind of big discussion right now. Then what the transition from cities to smart cities, then we also have this Y cities, sustainable cities, green cities, so now we have lots of different definitions of cities, yeah, but what's unite them all? Then why it's important to have this focus on the citizens, so-called like citizen-driven cities. Then what's the role of communities, commons, and sense of place, and also share later, like in the very end of my presentation, some examples, like what we have in different cities. I will share what Tallinn is doing right now, because Tallinn was the green capital last year of Europe, so Tallinn already, I hope that what Professor Morrison said, maybe Tallinn in the future will be in Riga as well in this green list, or the list of green destinations worldwide. Yeah. So as for the post-modernity in cities, so I will not go in so much into detail, but briefly saying that, you know, like we live in very interesting times in general right now, and especially as residents in cities, because looking the way how cities been changing, started from 90s specifically until now, we have this big crisis in the sense that if you like notice yourself, or you heard this discussion from the architects, urbanists, all of them are claiming that, you know, like the way how cities been designed back in 60s, 70s, 80s, even 90s, they are not well suited for the current citizens, you know. And I think COVID kind of showed us that's example, because first of all, we have this widespread technology right now, so that affects a lot. Then we had this COVID-19 pandemic, and you know, like this pandemic showed that there is no need for you to go to the office. I mean, like we have here even hybrid conference, so there is no need this physical presence anymore. Now we have this option for the remote work. Then tourism is changing, and tourism also kind of changes the narrative of cities, globalization, migration, etc. Yeah, and also we have this big wave of digital nomads, what Estonia is like highly promoting, Portugal and any other destinations. So if we look at these overall things happening right now, like, do we really need to have the traditional, you know, like established city where we had the neighborhood with the school, with the work, you know, with the shop, library, university? So you see that it's not really something what we read now. So cities need to change, because the city itself even changes because our habits and behavior change as well. So that's the point, and that's why we really need to think from a little bit, you know, like different perspective, like if it's changing, then what we need to do for that. And that's the question what we need to answer as researchers, basically. Yeah, so if we go back, and like back in the sense like it's still happening, but anyway, like what's been around, and I think most of you may be in this TriNet network, you know, like, and I remember there was this long thread of discussions among researchers about this mass protest in Barcelona that's been happening. I think it was like August 2024, and I think that's quite ongoing thing in many very very popular destinations. And like this one, I mean, that's in Catalan, I will not pronounce, but like basically it means like tourism degrows now. So basically the local people been protesting, you know, like, and that's very rude way. They said like, go home, yeah, because locals are not satisfied with the conditions, because it seems that in very peak of tourism, city is not suitable for the locals anymore. And I think for us, the tourism researchers, we really need to think like, we need to change it, because I mean, tourism is valuable for the economy, for any destination, but in a sense like this radical protest from the locals, they give us signs. So what should be changed then? And I mean, like Barcelona, I mean, in general, you know, like Catalonia is one of these very protesting, I would say, cantons in Spain, but I mean, Barcelona is not the only example. So, I mean, like Venice, for example. And I even remember, like, I used to live in Venice when I studied in this Ca' Foscari University. And I even saw myself, you know, like these pictures of these big ships coming in this small Venice. And you know, like you feel so small, because it's like really, it's, you know, like it's quite dangerous, not for the human beings living, but for the city itself, you know. And that's why locals, they've been really protesting, like we don't want to see these big ships, like no grande navi, all of this. And I think somehow pandemic helped them to stop coming these big ships into the city. So now all of them, they do not stop in Venice, but in the Mestre, like all of these nearby cities. But anyway, so that's already kind of shows that, you know, like local people, they try to kind of keep the city for themselves, but I think for us it's more important to think like how we want to develop this community-based tourism, like in cities, yeah? Because since local people, they say that they do not feel fine because environment is affected, their privacy, well-being, overall quality of life, and it's not even respected by tourism in a sense. But at the same time, we all know that all of this can make this positive impact on the local economy and also for people. And therefore, like many researchers, like Albert Kimber from University of Surrey from the UK, he said that community-based tourism is needed because this is something at the same time should be done by the community and for the community. You know, like it usually comes from the locals, so they should make these first steps, you know, like to make it happen. And that's why I think we really need to feel this power partnership between visitors and locals. And basically that's what I'm showing in my research, that, you know, like what is smart city then? You know, like we live in cities, but some cities, they have this kind of label like smart city. So the difference is it like technology? Not really, because, you know, technology is, yes, is one of the components, but if we look at the literature and all of this, you know, like wonderful reports, technology is one of the pillars. So another pillars which is really important is social one, and sometimes it's really not very well, you know, like highlighted, I would say. And that's why I kind of usually say that social cities, first of all, is social phenomena. It's not technological phenomena. Like we saw these pictures of smart cities, you know, like flying cars, taxis, futuristic. I mean, this is all fine, but we need people, because cities are for people and people live in cities. Therefore, like when we have this social phenomenon background, so then we can talk about this community building, yeah, like where people can gather together and kind of think together like how they want to feel in the city. And that's how this sense of community is cultivated, you know, because it's somehow reflects this postmodernity, what I said, yeah, in the urban living. And why it's important, because, I mean, like, if you look like from the global perspective, the percentage of urban residents is increasing, and it will keep growing, you know, because if we look of the statistics from United Nations, the DISA, they said that by 2050, so it's basically 30 years, even less, 68% of global population will live in cities. So that gives us this like big alert, you know, like that we really need to focus more on these urban topics. And at the same time, we have these SDG goals, and one of them is this 11, and then also Professor Alistair Morrison, he also mentioned this, the sustainable cities and communities, because this one even strengthens that we need to call for action to make cities and human settlements as well sustainable, inclusive, resilient, and safe. Yeah, so this is something what we need to fulfill. So one more focus within this like big smart cities agenda is to have this citizen-driven or citizen focus component. Some researchers, they usually kind of highlight these engagement practices of citizens in this process, and why it's important, because it's basically crucial for the success of the cities. And first of all, it's crucial because it enables this, you know, we have these different parameters of top-down and bottom-up. So top-down is basically when city decides like what we want. Bottom-up, usually you, the citizen, you have this power to raise your voice and say like, that's what I want to have in the city. So citizen-driven, it comes like from the bottom to the up to kind of change the narrative in general. And why it's important? Because it ensures that all the needs and preferences are considered, and they are well implemented further in different projects, in different activities, initiatives, infrastructure, etc. And since city has, and it encompasses, let's say, different stakeholders, and this is like a good thing because, you know, like we have businesses, we have locals, we have international people, expats, students, like all of these different people involved. And they can learn from each other's experiences, basically, and what they need for the further urban development. You know, like this dialogue is really, really essential here. As for this component of communities, commons, and sense of place, actually, it became this big topic, I would say, like over 10 years ago. Like lots of urbanists been talking that, you know, like the city needs to be changed because of this, what I said, this global architectural agenda of the cities is changing. And for instance, like Jane Jacobs, she said that we need to envision and represent city like a complex system, again, from the community level or bottom-up level, And why it's crucial, because in the end it can regenerate itself, so it can kind of further go to the next layers of this urban development. And also this is very much connected with this framework of Ostrom. Maybe some of you are familiar. She was one of these scholars who popularized this notion of the commons, or theory of commons, and she's been stressing up all the time that we need to kind of keep in mind this role of collective decision making in urban areas. And we also had yesterday with a few colleagues the discussion about the forestry in Latvia, and I mean, this is really common like to any part of the world, like in Latvia, in Estonia, in the South Africa, in Singapore, everywhere, you know, because we live in the certain areas that belong to all of us. Like we have these community parks, we have our neighborhoods. I mean, maybe in some countries land can belong to the state, but you still have your own, let's say, power, you know, like because you live in these neighborhoods and you want to change your environment. And it's easier to make it collectively when you have like-minded, let's say, people in this neighborhood living with you. Yeah, and so the, like commons initially started with this like basic infrastructures, but then this framework was changed into more specific urban commons, and this is like one of my concepts, what I'm addressing in my doctoral research. So urban commons is connected mostly with communities that try to manage urban resources. So it's mostly about the districts and neighborhoods where people are living together. And this process of this commoning, again, it brings together lots of stakeholders, then in the end can co-design and co-produce the common goods and services. Yeah, and also one of the next level, I name it like of the commons, what we have right now is so-called like urban green commons. So when we have specific focus on the greenery, and I think it's even more relevant for big cities, especially when this, you know, like issue of parks and these green areas is kind of one of the hot ones that's in the discussion. Yeah. So talking about the urban and common in practices, so why they're kind of widely happening right now. Because they emerge from this notion to address these contemporary urban challenges, and we have so many of them, like overcrowded places, less crowded places, unequal consumption of resources, water, trees, you know, like all of this. So it's so different depending on the city. And, you know, like that's why I think, and that's what I've been discussing with many scholars, and I heard from other established urbanists, they said, like, it's quite uneasy, you know, like to put all cities under the one framework, because we have so different frameworks. Like this is the framework for smart city, that's for sustainable city, that's for sustainable green city, circular city, whatever, but each city is unique, first of all, historically, culturally, socially, etc. So it's wiser kind of, you know, like consider these different factors and then produce something specific for each city. But of course it's time consuming, but anyway, like this urban commons framework, that's, it's very helpful for this because it helps you through these different activities, like active participation of citizens, their collective actions, self-organization, to kind of collect these ideas, like what can be changed in the city. And specifically, like group of researchers from Sweden, they said that, like Barcel et al., they said that this is super helpful for tackling these environmental threats that we have around the cities. And usually this group of people, when they kind of gather together, so they can really address like what should be changed. Yeah, and now it's time for you to show some interesting examples to kind of show like what has really been happening. So I call it like urgence of urban commons, kind of, yeah, but still I think this Venice example is really unique because, you know, like that was also kind of new information for me because some people think that, you know, like this watery canals, it's already there for centuries and this bad smell and everything, but actually in 1956, there was collective decision in Venice, so they decided to improve their sanitary conditions, and what they did, they drained all the canals. Yeah, that's, you can see the picture. So they cleaned everything, and then they put the new water. And I think that's something what they're doing from time to time, and this is kind of, I think, an excellent example, you know, like of this urban commons, like where people sharing same ideas, same, let's say, decisions to make their living environment better to change the perspective. Other examples kind of interesting from the Netherlands, and I would say that Netherlands in general is one of the prominent examples in these collective actions in the smart cities. So I think like we really can learn a lot from them. And this is the example from Utrecht. So maybe some of you have been there in this city. So you know that now they have lots of these water canals, but you know, like it wasn't like that back in 70s and 80s, yeah? And I think it's happened, you know, like there's been like big urbanization, lots of these manufacturers, etc. So they decided to kind of dry out all the canals, but then they realized 30 years later that was so bad decision actually, yeah. So we need to bring these water canals back to improve the living environment basically. That's what it is right now. So I think it's impressive, right? Like instead of motorways, we see now beautiful surroundings, and you still can use your boat and even swim closer to the shopping malls. I think that's even possible. So, but anyway, yeah, like so you see like how the narrative of city can be changed, and now I think locals are fine, and for tourists it's also kind of new attraction that you can see. Then another example again from the Netherlands. It's about these green commons, urban green commons, what I said, and what they've been doing in the last few years, so-called like Garden Streets Festival. I think the first one happened, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 2 years ago. They created 8 garden streets in 5 different districts in Antwerp. And the idea was that residents collaborated together with the city to make city nicer, looking, and also to have more green areas. So this is what they created, and I think everyone was fine in the end and satisfied, because in the end, you know, like city has changed. You see that residents been actively involved in this activity, so I think it's also kind of very wonderful example. And I also assume that even international visitors, when they came to the city and see that, they also wanted to be the part of this change, you know, like even for the very short period of time. Then example from the city where I'm coming from Tallinn. So as I mentioned at the very first of my, beginning and first of my presentation, that Tallinn, just like last year, had this title of the Green Capital of Europe, and we had lots of different events happening regarding this, lots of different activities. But one of the core events what we had this Tallinn Citizens Assembly that happened in October and November. I myself participated because I've been observing what had been happening there, and I was really amazed. Like, I was amazed that people been so curious in exchanging and sharing what they want to change in the city, you know, like they've been just discussing, and also I think particular thing was that, you know, like Tallinn is quite international city, and Tallinn has pretty big percentage of the still Russian-speaking people, so imagine like they had this assembly in 3 languages, so there was Estonian, then translation into Russian and English. And they gathered, like, the question of this assembly was like why it been happening. So the theme was that, like, how can we link Tallinn's green space into inviting urban hall? And like considering this main topic, so people been kind of crafting different ideas. So mostly topics on the climate change, green issues in the city been discussed, and as far as I remember, like they had not only local people, but they also had like a few people like, how can I name it, like refugees from Ukraine participated, and also some experts, let's say. I myself also expert in Tallinn, but anyway, it's been showing that, you know, like city is not only purely for locals. So city is like for many different audience, yeah, and they're interested to discuss. And in this event, like 60 Tallinn residents participated from different districts. I think age was like from 60 until 80 something, so it was like big age group. Then also like different genders, different even education level, like different income level. But anyway, I mean, that was interesting to see the statistics, but everything united people together. Like if you want to change in the city, it doesn't matter like what is your background basically, yeah? So you have many things in common anyway. Yeah, so this is something what we had last year. Then one more example from Tallinn, and Tallinn, and I think we see this in many other cities. Most probably Riga has also these community gardens. Yeah, more prominent example of community gardens we have, I would say, like in the Netherlands and in Austria, like in Vienna, and that's one of the reasons why I'm going to Vienna to finalize my research, is for the community gardens topic. But anyway, I think because of this Green Capital title that Tallinn had last year, so they finalized this big project, so-called like Pelgu Aids, which stands like garden in this Pelgulin. Pelgulin is one of the sub-districts in the north part of Tallinn, closer to the sea, in the Kopli area. So if you have here who used to be in Tallinn or no Tallinn, so it's like somewhere there in the north of Tallinn. And now they have this like big area of the garden where people can pay their membership fee. I think it's like 5 or 10 euros, I don't remember. That it's so small, so you just pay your membership fee, and you can use your land, cultivate tomatoes, like cucumbers, whatever you want, like some beautiful flowers. And this is, I think it's an excellent example, like how you can kind of meet new people, do something wonderful together, and also kind of contribute, like to the urban development of the area you're living. Yeah, and one of the few final slides what I want to share, it's this so-called like Bilbao effect. Maybe some of you are familiar with this big term. So it comes from the city of Bilbao, and Bilbao is a very interesting example because, I believe some of you have been there. I don't know, maybe some of you have been there like 30 years ago. That would be interesting to hear because I haven't been like back then. I wasn't even born back then, but I mean, like Bilbao has changed a lot just because of this one prominent construction, or Guggenheim Museum, So Bilbao used to be this very industrial manufacturing city in this Basque country of Spain, but now Bilbao changed completely. So now Bilbao is more this like city for creatives, city for coming this creative people doing something together, and this is kind of shows the example like how you can how one building can change the narrative of the city completely. And I think it's even changed the audience in the city as well. So kind of different people are visiting Bilbao, and they're kind of contributing to the development of the city as well. And I would say like it's not like kind of prominent example of Bilbao effect, but I think we kind of spot some in different cities. I think this Bilbao effect, if you can name it like a term, is so common for the post-Soviet cities, especially in the Baltics, because so many areas changed a lot. So I think in Riga we have this district that's changed completely in the last 30 years, and same in Tallinn. Like for instance, it's Ülemiste district, it's the one in between bus station and so close to the airport. So you can basically walk from Ülemiste to the airport. It's like 10 minutes walking, like literally walking on foot, because airport's in the city area in Tallinn. So this is how it used to be when Tallinn got back independence after Soviets in 1991, and then how it is right now. I mean, that's like real picture. So now it is the district where there is university. It's the only thing is that now it's completely privately owned land. And it has university, they have high school, they have, I think, high school and school, then they have lots of offices for entrepreneurs, for IT businesses, etc. And now they also name it like test bed for the smart city solutions. So, and look, it's only happened like 30, how many years? Like 30 plus years, and how the outlook of the district has changed a lot. And it changed because local people wanted the change, and again, of course, that was this economical, social, political change happening in the country. But anyway, so usually with the big help of community work, you can change the place. And now, and it's interesting example because Ülemiste is even visible for international people, because when they land in Tallinn, that's the first district they basically see. Yeah, because you just exit and you see Ülemiste. Yeah. So, to finalize all of these different ideas, what I shared with you and all of my thoughts, so how we can conclude what is smart city and how this smart city can start with communities, or how can communities help smart cities. So I outlined few ideas here. So it might happen, or it happens when, first of all, we have this inclusive urban environment Inclusive, it means that local and international people, they're contributing together. So they're not against each other, but they are more like making this like friendly friendship connections. Second point here is that citizens, they play a central role in this urban development. So their voice should be considered, it should be encouraged, and it should be kind of heard basically by the municipalities. Then the third point here, I outlined that urban communities are formed, but like to form them, we need to educate citizens first. So we need to show them that yes, you're free to do not whatever you want, but you're free to do something for changing in the city. So that's why we as researchers, as city developers, urbanists, even municipals, we have still this, not power, but responsibility, most probably, to let people know that they are free to do something. Because, we have this pretty many active people, like even in Tallinn, we have this famous district also, Kalamaja, which is like one of the most outstanding examples where people really, if they see the issue with the road, they just vote and they change it. But it's not in all districts. We have another district which is so big and people are quite passive. So to turn this passiveness into activeness, we need to educate people. So that's how we can ensure that we have these urban communities. Then the next point, and this is relevant for all of us as we are here tourism researchers, that we need to advocate and promote this community-based tourism. So we also need to kind of highlight this more, that communities are important also for tourism development and for the local economy. And the final point is that we need to cultivate this sense and ownership of place. Yeah, so we just want to say that city is for everyone, and city is for people, first of all. It's not for technology, it's not for this like old bureaucratic thing. It's happening anyway, and it's still around, but first of all, it's for people. And if it's for people, then they understand that, yes, I belong to this city, or this city belongs to me. So I have this sense of ownership and sense of place there. So this is basically, like some of my ideas what I mentioned here. So I thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions or comments, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, we have some questions here before the break. I will start with the nearest one and then Aya.
Excellent presentation. I'm not from tourism area, but still it was very intriguing. I liked it very much. One small question. Most of the examples that you gave and the photographs that you showed were of virgin places being converted into a new monument or building. But what about areas where people are residing and you have to rehabilitate them? And then how will you use this concept for that place?
You mean the ones where it's not happening like this?
Suppose there is a community living over there and you want to convert that place into a garden or a monument. Naturally, you have to rehabilitate those people somewhere else. You have to give them alternate accommodation. Mm-hmm. What happens in that case? How will you use this concept? Thank you.
Very good question. I would say that maybe I will use the citizens' assembly example because, in the end, citizens proposed 39 different ideas and they passed these ideas to the city. So it doesn't mean that all of these 39 ideas will be implemented. So then city responded that, this one will not happen in the next 2 years. So this one, it's not possible because it's not connected with the city strategy. I think we cannot, it's naive to say that, whatever we propose, then the city will change. Not at all. Of course, they will do something for their interest as well. But then we need to find this balance, we need to still kind of keep not pushing, but suggesting what citizens wanna have in the city. So if I answered your question, thank you.
So thank you very much. Very interesting. And actually, I will have a presentation on Friday on difficult heritage and dark heritage, where community is a very important part. But my question is from Latvian and Baltic and Nordic perspective, and my research experience is when the local communities become very strong with the power and creative areas, like we have Kalnsiem kvartāls, what we recognize that they don't want tourists there, they want maybe some friends there, but not like friends, tourists, but not really tourists coming, and not in bigger groups. So, do you see there the danger that the tourism will be limited in urban areas if we see from community-based? And would you be able to give me one example of community-based tourism in bigger cities like in Western Europe? Because yes, maybe in Amsterdam I can give someone, but still, it's easier to think about community-based tourism in micro destinations and small ones and islands, and so it would be nice to see one good example where you see there is a development, there is community is happy, the business is happy, because very often we see business and community separately, but it's not possible to develop. There is no possibility of sustainability, circularity, if the businesses are not behind the idea as well. So many things in, but this is what I had in my thoughts.
Yeah, thank you very much, Aya. Like very good observations and questions. So maybe the first one you said, like whether travelers can kind of make harm, you know, like for the districts. I think yes. And that's again comes back to this something what I said, like we need to educate them more. We need to educate like citizens, and we also need to educate tourists for this responsible behavior. I think it's changing already, but slowly. And we thought that COVID will help us with that, but unfortunately, I mean, like looking back at this Barcelona case, no. So I think it comes back to this like educational agenda, maybe first of all. But at the same time, you know, like maybe limiting number of people in specific district is fine, because that will keep this balance, you know, like of, then residents will not feel that they are, you know, like overcrowded, you know, like by people coming, etc. But I think it's very good observation what you said that for micro cities or smaller cities, I mean, like examples you said. I think Helsinki has this wonderful examples of community involving international people, Vienna. But if you look at Paris, it's not working. I mean, like Paris just had Olympic Games. And I think soon we will read lots of interesting articles how locals been so against it, because it's been waste of people, lots of still, I mean, like they tried to make it green, but still lots of waste, you know, like the Siena River was completely dirty. I mean, like all of these discussions. So I think, coming back what I said, like we can't really, you know, like make this unified framework for the cities. We need to consider also the size of the city as well, the population, and also the number of people living there. So I think, yeah, so like for smaller, less, I cannot say like less popular destinations, but less trendy or less, you know, like these buzzy destinations what we have, like Barcelona, Paris, Venice, you know, like that's where very common tourists are coming. So these destinations, they really need to be stricter in their kind of decisions, I think, first of all. But second of all, they really need to kind of change agenda as well, like to make this welcoming environment.
We have one last question, as coffee is just smelling nicely out there.
Yes, more of a comment than a question. In my opinion, academic media gives too much importance about over-tourism, about the problems that are created, etc. And I cite one example from Copenhagen, which was presented by Professor Morrison. They are developing also the idea of localhood. They are encouraging tourists to explore and discover new areas of the city. And this comes across from their website and from their general branding that they adopt. A question, we speak about community, but in effect, the community involves large numbers of people, different interests, and normally media reports those who are more vociferous, those who protest, those who throw water on tourists, etc. But the reality is that there are also many members of the community who are benefiting from tourism. So when we speak of community, we need to look at, so to speak, the whole picture. So I'd like your thoughts about that.
Yeah, thank you. Like what you said, this Copenhagen example, I just recalled this tourist gaze by Uri. So he said, like, we have different types of gazes that tourists have. So some of them I just prefer to go to this very popular, like narratives. Some others prefer to go to completely, like abandoned areas, etc. But again, it should be well promoted by the tourism destinations to show that, okay, like in Riga, it's not only this old Riga area, but we have some other places, like where you can still immerse yourself and enjoy the city. And it doesn't mean that your experience will be different. You still feel the vibes of the city. I think it's this mass tourism topic is said like it's very overpopularized. I kind of agree, but at the same time, it's overpopularized because it's so hot right now. I mean, like, why some destinations are kind of suffering from these big crowds of people, but other places are not visited at all. I mean, like, we have Barcelona, but we have Girona just so close. And where, and it's also famous because of Dali, like, why not to go there? But no, people go to Barcelona because of, like, Sagrada Familia or something like that. I mean, like, that's a very perception that we need to maybe again slowly change and show the opportunities and options, what else you can see. Like, that's making sure that your experience is still same. So you will not lose anything if you didn't visit this specific famous church, in your to visit list. But yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Big applause for both keynote speakers. And thank you, Ilona, for this second keynote. And we are into the break now. 15 minutes break for coffee. We will start 5 minutes later as supposed, but this is still fine. We are good in time. We will have a good lunch after the parallel sessions. Session B will be on the second floor, which is named Amata. You will find the sciences, and that is where I will be chair. And here stays the other session with 3 online presentations and 2 on site, and that will be chaired by Professor Morrison. So 2 rooms. Outside is coffee for all of us, and we can continue with the discussions there. Thank you.
these are the components, the main components, the main physical components. Then we did the dimensions characterization. So Miguel represents a lower level of agreement regarding the factor of positive impacts on quality, local life quality. It's one of the examples. With the PCA, we have analyzed the level of agreement regarding the factors. This is a preliminary study. Included micro, small, and medium-sized companies in 7 of the 9 islands of the Azores. Unfortunately, no answers were obtained, as we said before, from the islands of Graciosa and Corvo currently, just by curiosity. Graciosa is supplied by clean energy in about 65%, especially with solar panels, with energy, and geothermal energy. We seek to contribute as a tool for analysis by residents, private entities, and public entities regarding what is intended to be achieved with a view of sustainable model of islands territories, as is the case of the Azores. After processing the collected data, it's intended to generate inputs for optimizing the management of tourism impacts and planning the destination, so we can prevent some situations that other tourism destinations have suffered. Public and private entities at the Azores region will have information at their disposal that will allow them to create outputs that improve the perception of quality of life and place attachment to tourists and destination stakeholders. We intend to contribute to a sustainable tourism model for the Azores that has in consideration the needs of tourists and destinations stakeholders. In what concerns to future research, we believe it would be interesting to cover the 9 islands of the Azores, making a comparative analysis between constructs and the dimensions, and applying, for example, to the case of Madeira and Cape Verde. I do appreciate your attention. I'm glad I was able to be here and share this work in progress with you. I'll leave you with a picture from one of the islands. This one is Santa Maria, and I'm able to answer some questions, and I hope you can give me some suggestions for my study. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Claudia. Can you hear me? Everybody?
Yes, I do. Yes,
and in the room as well. Can you hear me? Yeah, just give me a thumbs up. You did very well there. It only took you 10 minutes. So in fact, you've given us a little bit more time to ask you questions, or make comments. So that might be good for you, or it might be bad. I can see Claudia. The other Claudia is there as well. Hi, Claudia. Let's maybe get some questions from the people who are there physically in Riga. Do you have any questions for Claudia about this beautiful destination? Thank you for all the photos.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Hi, my name is Agita. I am from Latvia. And thank you for your presentation. And I would like to ask you, did you find there are any differences between public and private entities?
Sorry, did I find any difference?
Yes, what are the main differences between public and private entities? You showed that you carried out this survey, and I am interested in these results for public and private
Yes, the public entities are the entities that are responsible for all all the rules and the governments and the legislation. We have the local, regional, national, and international, but the main constructors for the tourism legislation are the locals, the regional, and the national entities, such as the government, the city hall, and the tourism delegations, and so on. The private entities are the stakeholders, for example, the local community, the companies that work directly and indirectly with the tourism. I don't know if I answered your question correctly, Agatha.
I understand. Yes, I wanted to know a little bit more in details. Did you find different this perception of tourism destination from private sector and from public sector?
Yes, totally.
Maybe you could raise some main key points. Yeah.
Yes, of course. We are still doing our research, but at least for now, especially with the interviews, we can notice the main concern of the public entities are what they show to the market and what the tourists see, and have no concern with as someone was arguing before at the other presentation before the break. The integration of all the locals, the public entities, the private entities, all this organization together to be able to provide to the local community, the residents, life quality, and still have the place attachment from the tourists and from the residents. As we can see, there is a lack of integration with the stakeholders, mainly. The studies that we have for now concern mainly the tourists and the residents, and the local stakeholders that are the ones that you were asking before. All the entities that work towards the tourism, mainly the private entities, they are not organizing themselves to promote the tourism as we would like them to be. We have different concerns, more macro concerns regarding the public entities, and more micro concerns regarding the private entities. And we are having this problem now. For example, we have been increasing the numbers of tourism. This last summer was even better than before the COVID, the pandemic, and the residents, of course, we are not close to what's happening to Barcelona, but we have been having some protests from the locals, from the local community, because of some of the capacity of the places and, for example, infrastructures also. We have been having some problems with the local hospitals, because we had some burning at the main buildings, and because all the city was completely full of tourists, and everything happens. So it happened that there were some accidents and so on, and the locals had to go to another island because we could not give support to the main community for the residents. So it's it's not one. It's our main research question is to investigate, to research how to create this balance concerning the both sides, and especially because I also my main occupation is that the hotel management. I work at an hotel group and at the Azores, and also I am doing the PhD at Coimbra. So I thought, and my advisors also from the PhD thought it would be a nice aggregation of factors to study the public and the private entity regarding the local community and its needs, and not only focus at the tourists' needs, because it is very important to promote the integration and the quality of life and the economic and the better finances and the better economic and quality of life for the residents. I'm sorry, sometimes I talk too much.
Yeah, I have a question for you and an opportunity for you too. And my question is, I don't know much about the Azores, but I know that they're very far out into the ocean, and they're an archipelago. Did you look at differences between businesses that were in urban areas and ones that were in rural and resort areas? The reason I'm asking is that we will soon have a special issue of the International Journal of Tourism Cities, specifically on urban tourism in islands. And so we're very interested in differences that might exist between urban areas and non-urban areas in islands. And I just want to make that offer also to congratulate you on looking at companies and not just residents, but to focus your sustainability questions on companies is rather rare. Most people survey the residents, they don't survey the businesses, so that's well done. Now we are over the 18 minutes, but I want to make sure that, is there anyone in the audience there in Riga has a question? We can do it quickly. I think we do have, I see a hand up.
Thank you very much, very interesting. But my question would be, do you see similarities with other studies around the world if you are analyzing your data at the moment? That's one. And second, as to the PhD, you are working on PhD, my question would be, you mentioned stakeholders, citizens, and tourists. And my question is why you decided to take out of the stakeholders, tourists and local citizens? The two questions.
Well, concerning the first one, the similarities, we are still researching, but we have found some studies, but none of them, at least for now, for the preliminary study, from now until now, we haven't found any studies that concern the specific situation of the stakeholders that are involved at the community, and how do they react, and how do they contribute to the impacts, or to prevent the impacts at the destination. That's why we found it quite interesting to study, and we made several inquiries and focused on the main tourism companies, and answering also to the sessions chair a while ago. We have mainly studied the urban areas, Well, we try to study all, but we have the main examples, the main answers are from the urban area, but we will make an effort to get more answers from the rural areas. Concerning the other situation that you exposed, well, it is not exactly a separation of designations. We are studying mainly tourists, residents, stakeholders. When we separate, it's not exactly a separation. It's more like the local community that does not participate as much at the activity, directly and indirectly, and we considered in this case the residents as this kind of example, and the stakeholders, all the local community that participates, that contributes to the prevention and to the impacts of tourism. But we are been doing some more research, and one of the situations that we are analyzing is exactly this, to not separate and to integrate everyone from the destination as a stakeholder, because mainly we are studying the companies, so we think it's a very good perspective that you had, and we have been studying this situation with the advisors. Thank you so much for your questions.
Claudia. Thank you. It was a good question. I guess you didn't see my presentation about the advice model, but I would.
No, I'm sorry.
I wish
we have a difference of 7 hours now. I'm so sorry.
I got 5 hours difference here too. So we'll move on to the second presentation, and this one is if you're there, I think it's in person, and it's barriers and drivers for being sustainable. The perspective of Latvian tourism organizations, and I think I very much look forward to this one. I think it's a paper I looked at, and so let's go ahead with that one. And I'm putting you on the clock. Again, you've got 14 minutes, so please go ahead.
Thank you. So my name is Linda. In program, it's probably said that I would be speaking, but she's sitting right there and will help me out if I won't be able to take some questions. So the study we have done is related to sustainability. We have explored the perspective to sustainability issues in Latvian DMOs and other tourism organizations. And the idea was born in relation to the Green Deal, because as we know, the Green Deal at some point it already has started to put some pressure on tourism organizations, but that will still go on. And we wanted to find out how well organizations have prepared or are preparing for the future, when the requirements will be much stricter. So that was the idea for the project. Then how did we work? It was purely a qualitative study, and we did interviews, me and my colleagues, and the students helped us out too. In total, it was 19, and we covered both parts, the destination management organizations and the businesses as well. And then we had some group of organizations which did not fit in any of these. For example, some NGOs or museums that which is owned by municipality. We basically tried to be as representative as we could. We covered whole Latvia, the rural areas and towns. And the capital, we also try to do as many parts of industry, from attractions till accommodations. The main blocks, what we asked, you can also see to the slides. So we asked about the motives and barriers. We also researched the personal attitude towards, and of course we also asked what kind of support is needed. Then, about the results, it's probably the results that describes the practice is probably the most boring part of the study, because if we take into account the model of circular economy, then the practices what enterprises did, they basically did it all, step by step, but we identified the practices that would fit in whole the circle, and that normally was the pattern that they tried to do small things. And if organizations did some renovations or some bigger investments, then of course they try to become greener. And one extra thing that I would like to add is, and sometimes we also found out that some of research participants, they also they paid some attention to educate their visitors or customers, yet it was not that frequent practice. And one thing what we did what we found out very rarely, that networking, which actually would be pretty important if we want to move like zero waste or to reduce the waste to recycle and reuse, the networking was not the frequent practice. Then here for me starts a more interesting section of results, and it's related with awareness and significance of sustainability. And first of all, I would like to say that the awareness, it was from very poor till like that's my lifestyle, and that's the lifestyle of my business, where it is like super important, and the knowledge is there. But we also found, if I could say, the conflicting cases. For example, there is a small hotel, and in some departments, the sustainability, it's like all over it. For example, in a restaurant, all the servings are calculated to avoid leftovers, and everything is so considered. And then there are rooms where are not even sign what customers should do with the towels if he or she does not want them to be washed. There are not even sign what can be hanged out on the doors, please don't clean my room. So if you are not proactive, then you basically cannot be green. And it happens in the same place. Then what is also one factor that we found out, as this is a conference for education, and I feel that's my duty to stress it, then the knowledge was very rarely improved in some workshops or seminars or classes. So that was not the popular practice what to do. Yet I think we know how complicated actually are the issues of sustainability, and all the time we find out the new information and solutions. So there would be a lot of things what to learn actually. Then about the drivers, what motivates companies and organizations to become more sustainable? For DMOs, it's more simple because it's rather part of what the municipality does, but for businesses, of course, they mostly care or they mostly tend to establish the solutions that are financially rational for them. So that defines the sustainable solutions. Then, of course, the personality can play a role too. We find few like really beautiful examples when the business owner is super pro-environmental in his thinking and values, and that is reflected in the organization too, and it is integrated in so many aspects. And then, of course, if the entrepreneurs could see some market potential or new product potential, then that could drive too. Then the barriers, we were able to identify much more than the drivers. And I will not go through all of them, but what are maybe the main conclusions that the sustainability, it is complex, the regulations is complex, and the people are missing guidelines how to do it, and there actually are much expectations from industry associations also to, let's say, for hotels to do some guidelines so that hotels all know how to act and they do not have to come with their own approaches. And of course they are looking forward for some kind of support schemes, because it is quite hard for enterprises to do it on their own. Specifically, if we remember that tourism is like field where there are a lot of small and medium size, which makes it on one hand, the businesses can be more flexible. On the other hand, their resources are limited. Then what else in Latvia might be the situation is a bit more specific, because we have got a different kind of green certificates, but none of them are like national one and super strong. I have to admit that we did this study together with Finnish colleagues, and we also have got the data from Finland, which we do not present here today, but in Finland there is like totally different situation when there is very strong national green quality sign and scheme how to implement it from the legislation till the practices. Then the barriers go on. And then if I do not want to say that the participants reproached the customers, but the customers also appeared in the study, and not in very pro-environmental light, because what we actually heard that customers do not put the pressure on destination management organizations and not also on businesses, and they do not ask for green products for sustainable services, which actually surprised me a bit. And we also had cases where the participants told me that they feel if they will go more greener, or if they will ask from customers to be green, to save some resources, they feel that they could lose the customer, because the customer pays, so he or she does not want to. But I also have to say, when I ask, have you asked the customer? They said, no, we have not asked, but that is their perception. Then one of the most important driver was what I already mentioned, that the lack of easy to use and straightforward solutions, which is like super important for small enterprises. And one which was mentioned also in few cases, as I have called it as a bad example by politicians. So this is also what at micro levels, the people see what the government do. If they see that the ministers is taking the private jets and wasting the money and harming the nature, then it's quite hard for them to find the motivation to be sustainable. Then regarding skills and knowledge, when we asked what kind of skills the people actually would need to be able to make their organizations more sustainable, both in DMOs and in businesses, the majority of them said none, which is also a bit paradox, as I said, there all the time is new information coming in, and all kind of solutions that would be worse to find out. But if I have to mention some, then from business side it was that they said that they would need some information on some new solutions, as there are a lot of them, and somebody that could help them to choose and find the best for it, and also the feasibility of pro-environmental technologies. On the other hand, the DMO were more interested in how to work with customer, how to make customer to change their behavior to become more sustainable. Then in conclusion, some aspects that I would like to stress on is that to some extent we felt that, that there is the knowledge, and when we talk nicely, but when it is about the practice, those knowledge, they somehow disappear and they do not appear in the practice. Then the politicians, of course, or those who communicate the policies and guidelines, they do it into complex language, and it is hard to understand, and that appeared both. It was reported by businesses and also by destination management organizations. And of course, we have to conclude that if there would be more external support available, then these processes would go smoother, and in both parts, participants were looking for these schemes that would help to deal with sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and very good to have the presentation from Latvia. And you took a little bit more, you took 15 minutes, but that's okay. We have a little time for questions, maybe 3 minutes. So do we have any questions from the floor there in Riga or from the group of people who are online? Please, let's hear your questions or comments or suggestions. I'm not hearing any.
There is no any.
There is no any. Well, I'll make a comment. First of all, I want to again congratulate you on doing this research on the more of the industry side and the government. And, you know, if you look at my advice model. This is you talked about the administration, you talked about the government. That was very interesting about talking about the government and how the government was not setting a very good example in some cases, and that the regulations were too complex language and maybe procedures for particularly small business to follow. I think those are very good points you made. So I want to say congratulations on that. The question I have for you is, are you going to seek to publish this work? And if so, where are you thinking of trying to publish it? What would you think? Because we don't see, in English, we don't see a lot of published work about Latvia. So it's very interesting to me to know the answer to that question and what your goals are.
Yes, we are going to publish, and we are in the process now together with Finnish colleagues, but I have worked as the journal. Maybe I remember. We both have forgotten, but it's going to be.
Might be the Journal of Sustainable Tourism?
No.
Would it be sustainability?
Sorry?
No, it is not. It's related to tourism and hospitality, but because we are ambitious, this was a pilot study. We see that as a pilot study, and we will have a deeper digging, having analysis and survey in different tourism sectors, having entrepreneurs for different sectors, and talking to the at the micro and micro level, and then we will go to this Journal of Sustainable Tourism. This is the future.
Good luck to you. That's a very good journal, and the editors are very good. They're very fair. So I think that should you do more research, you'll be in a very good position. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the floor, Agita, and anyone else? I see, Agita, you're there, and anything for your Latvian colleagues?
Doesn't look like it. No other questions.
Okay, all right. Well, okay, then we'll move on to, for this afternoon, the third group of presenters for third paper, and this is going to be done online. The title that I have is Recreation and Tourism in Promoting Social Inclusion, a reflection of documented theory. Now, I will murder this name, and I know this person is online, Sam Kalisiwe Nakwanayana. Are you there? I know she's there, or I think it's a lady. Are you there? She is definitely signed in, but has her sound and video off. Right. Well, in that case, we'll move to the next presenter, which is Jens Threnhart, and someone I mentioned in my keynote presentation, and he wasn't there to listen to me, but I'll forgive you, Jens, and because we've been friends for a long time. And let me just see the exact title of your paper is Clustering of Small Businesses to Create Resilience in Tourism Destinations. Again, a very interesting and novel piece of research. And it was one of the papers I looked at, and I was very impressed by it. And I've been impressed by Jens all throughout his career. So Jens, I'll put the clock on now, 14 minutes.
Okay, let me see how I can share. It says we need permission to share your screen.
That's a technical question.
I think they're working on it.
Seems like.
Okay.
Okay.
They're working on it. Jens, I'm sure you can talk off your head. So if you feel like, I mean, you're in my presentation, I said you're a pracademic, and you said that sounds like a mass murderer or something like that. But you know, you're a practitioner who's actually, one of your case studies is from work that you actually did, and it was your brainchild. So I think that when they're not getting the technical thing fixed, maybe you could just talk about your case, one of your cases, and it looks like you're going to be all right now. Yeah, looks like you're going to be all right.
Sure. So maybe they can tell me when. Let me just. No, it still doesn't work. So maybe they can let us know when I can share the screen. But yes, for the time being, well, thank you very much, Professor Morrison, and thank you for allowing me to share this paper. And this paper comes out of my doctorate thesis, where actually Professor Morrison was also one of the supervisors at Hong Kong Polytech University. So it's an adaptation from the thesis, and it's looking at the benefit of clustering of small businesses to create resilience in tourism destinations. So when we look at resilience, and when I did the paper, this was just during COVID, and during that time when I did my doctorate studies at Hong Kong Polytech, I was also the executive director and CEO of the Mekong Tourism Coordinating Office, which is the regional tourism collaboration of 6 member countries, so 6 governments, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, Vietnam, and China, and with China, the 2 provinces in Yunnan and Guangxi. And so with that, before COVID, we started creating this framework of the Experience Mekong collection, which is one of the cases that that is included in this paper. But the idea was really, how can we make these small businesses that have a hard time to compete with bigger accommodation providers or bigger travel and tourism organizations that may have more resources, how can they compete? Most of these businesses are locally owned, and they're small. So we defined what is a small business and what is a social enterprise. And the curation of this Experience Mekong collection, which at its peak had over 300 businesses over the 6 countries, really was an idea to see how, on one hand, we can drive sustainability and position the region as a sustainable tourism destination. And number 2, as I said, how can we increase competitiveness of these businesses? And number 3, how can we increase resilience for the destinations as a whole? So let me try again if it works now. No, doesn't seem to work, so I'm not sure. So I mean, I guess, Professor Moore, I'll just talk through it without the slides.
You can do that. According to the technical person there, you should be all right. You have all the permissions now, so...
I click on share, and I don't know if there's anything...
Share, then you have to choose the window that you want to...
Okay, let me just...
Are you using a Mac?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Add background. No, I don't want a background.
That's the problem, says the technical guy. I don't know, Jens, if you could just talk through it, because I think you've got a story to tell as well as a bunch of PowerPoints. You know, I mean, you know this, so if you feel comfortable, go ahead.
I can talk through it, and then I can share the presentation, and it can be then shared with the participants. So, So again, as I said, really we're trying to see the possibilities of clustering small businesses. Now, there are various types of clusters that we need to differentiate. So on one hand, let me just see here. Actually, I'll get to that. So first, we did a literature review on business clustering. So there are various articles that have been written on clustering, looking at social entrepreneurs, with an article from the Weapon and Cochrane in 2012, saying social entrepreneurs can create value by including local communities, providing authentic experiences if they are clustered together. We also looked at cross-border. There was an article from Porter in 1998 that says clusters impact competitiveness not only in countries but also across national borders, and as such offer a new way of how institutions and governments both can be involved in the promotion of economic prosperity and development. And then the last one I mentioned here, that is focusing on resource efficiencies, that business clustering helps not only in raising awareness about the destination, but can also serve to enhance the destination's effort in marketing due to the combining of resources and knowledge. Furthermore, the development of community togetherness in the form of clustering helps a region in the development of characteristics that are desirable in attracting tourists. That was by Perkins in 2020. So this gave us a nice foundation in terms of what has been published in the literature around business clustering related to tourism. Then, looking at the importance of small businesses in tourism. And I'll go back to the Mekong region, but my last job was as CEO of Barbados Tourism in the Caribbean. So obviously there you also have a lot of small businesses. And currently I'm an advisor at the Saudi Tourism Authority in Riyadh. So I'm based in Saudi Arabia for the current time. And, small businesses have an important role to play when it comes to tourism destinations. On one hand, it's the economic impact. So small businesses drive economic growth and innovation in local economies. That has been documented in the literature as well. And then also they create diverse offerings, attracting new customers. Also around employment, so small businesses are a significant source of local employment in tourism destinations. That's documented by UNWTO or UN Tourism now. It's also around unique experiences, so small businesses offer authentic, localized tourist experiences. And as we know, post-COVID, that's what people are looking for. Also, that has been documented in the literature. And finally, innovation drivers. Small businesses have a lot more potential to innovate when it comes to products and experience that sometimes bigger organizations, even though bigger organizations may have more resources, but when it comes to really providing new local experiences where people can connect to communities, these small businesses and social enterprises, can really drive that innovation and that social sustainability. But however, there are obviously challenges that these small businesses face. I mean, number one, financial constraints. That's no surprise. We also see seasonal variability in many destinations, including the Mekong region, including Barbados, including Saudi Arabia, just to mention the few that I have been involved in. And then lastly, competition. So obviously, the tourism industry is characterized by fierce competition, particularly for small businesses that are trying to attract visitors in these crowded markets, and that has been documented by Matthews and Kitching in 2019. So differentiating these offerings and standing out can be obviously challenging for these small businesses. So when we then defining clustering in tourism, we look at a couple things. So the first thing is clustering refers to the geographic concentration of interconnected firms offering complementary services. So we have geographic concentration, obviously businesses that are in one destination, could be a city or a country, shared goals. So these are businesses that have a common goal, for example, promoting sustainable practices, or creating unique tourist experiences, or being, in food and culinary or wellness and so on. Collaborative networks. So these clusters can form networks of associations among businesses operating in proximity to achieve mutual benefits. So they can share, obviously, goals. And then also, and that's what we saw in the Experience Mekong collection, overcoming challenges, especially during COVID, where these businesses were, like anywhere in the world, were heavily hit. So coming together, sharing best practices, and sometimes just having someone to talk to that is going through the same challenges can go a long way. Then we defined 3 types of tourism clusters: local clusters, which are in one destination, regional clusters that are in one region, so this can be in different towns and cities, and then cross-border clusters like the Mekong region, which is 6 countries. So the benefits of clustering for small businesses is multifold. So the first thing is increased visibility. Collaborative marketing efforts is one. So grouping together, and we've done that with the Experience Mekong collection, where we created a campaign called Mekong Moments, where these businesses were promoting or encouraging actually their customers and clients to share their experiences on social media. This would have been then aggregated back into the site, but created a content cloud on social media and the web that then inspired people to visit the destination and these businesses. Innovation I mentioned before, so really new ideas and strategies that can come out of these collaborations. Market access, obviously that's something we took a group of Experience Mekong collection members to ITB. This was funded by GIZ, the German Development Organization, and we were able to promote not only the Mekong region, but also give these small businesses an opportunity to present themselves, which they would have never been able to do as individual businesses, because they wouldn't have either the resources or the cloud to really attract the visibility. And the last thing is resource sharing. So pooling resources together. I give you one example. As we were all looking to reduce single-use plastic, if you were to purchase refillable water bottles for your guests, this is actually quite expensive if you are a small business. But pooling various businesses together, we were able to reduce the price if we're going to one vendor. So that's just one example where resource sharing can be beneficial. Then we have obviously cost efficiencies, economies of scale, shared infrastructure. This could be a website that we created for the Experience Mekong collection to have all these businesses on there. Bulk purchasing, as I just mentioned, and then also financial sustainability through these cost efficiencies that are being achieved. Now, there are challenges in making these tourism clusters work. This is not an easy undertaking because essentially all these businesses are competing. They have small resources, limited resources, and getting their engagement is very tough. We're able to get actually heightened engagement during COVID, but now it's obviously a lot harder as people getting out of COVID and trying to compete. But the first challenge is trust building, because essentially these businesses are competing and making sure that they can trust each other and share their best practices so that 1 + 1 = 3 is a process, and trust is something that is, built over time. It's nothing that comes very quickly. Resource allocation is another challenge. Obviously, fairly distribution of these shared resources, such as marketing funds, infrastructure, training programs, and so on, could come to conflicts and disagreements among these cluster members. Competitive concerns I just mentioned, and then communication issues, especially if it's cross-border in the Mekong region, in Southeast Asia. There's Thai, there's Khmer, there's Vietnamese, there's Chinese, there's Myanmar, there's Lao, and then there's English. We communicated in English. So again, some of these small businesses don't speak English, and so these obviously bring challenges to make this tourism cluster work. There are various ways to mitigate these challenges, kind of driving and communicating a unique value proposition so that these people actually see the value of clustering together or partnering together, having complementary services, and then collective branding. So we were actually quite successful in developing cross-selling schemes. So let's say if you were to go to one business and you like that business, you were, let's say, in Luang Prabang in Laos, they're like, oh, you know what, I'm going to be in Siem Reap in Cambodia next, or in Ayutthaya in Thailand. Are there other businesses in the collection that are in these other destinations? So we kind of had booklets that we printed so people then could see, or we had cards at the front desk where people then scan and go to the website to then see, oh, you know what, I can go to these businesses. And we had these businesses in 6 categories: stay, shop, do, tour, and cruise, because of river cruising, but essentially 5 categories. So it went through the entire ecosystem, not just accommodation and let's say food, but everything from also attractions and shopping as well. Shopping obviously was more handicrafts.
Jens,
yes.
Can I interrupt you? You've used up 17 minutes. So let me check. Is the other presenter online and available? Samu Kalisiwe? You're appearing online in Teams, but you're not. Here we are. Hello. Jens, I think we're going to have to, since there's lunch coming up, Agita, at 1 o'clock, I think we're going to have to ask the other presenter to go and hold your questions. Is that okay?
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. And we'll get to questions. We'll get questions for you later. And thank you very much. Excellent presentation, even without the slides. So very, very good. Great to hear from a pracademic. So Sam, I don't know if I pronounced your name right, but would you like to go ahead with your presentation? Hello.
Are you talking to Sam Gilsiwe?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Oh, I thought it was after lunch.
Well, I'm not sure. It's on the program that I have that you're in this group. So I don't know. I'm not sure it can be moved to after lunch.
Yeah,
Agita, you're there, maybe.
Now it's time for your presentation. Yes, please.
No, it's fine. I can then do it.
Please go ahead. We'll still give you the 14 minutes, but you might be a little bit late there. The people who are sitting, you might be a little bit late for your lunch, but sometimes it's better to wait. Some of the good things are waiting for you there. So please go ahead. 14 minutes. Can you hear us, Sam?
Yes, I am. I'm just trying to share it.
Okay, just keep us updated on what you're doing because we don't know what you're doing.
Yes,
we can't
I'm
see
just trying to share it. Okay, here it is. I'm not sure whether it's visible with you, that side, but it's coming up.
Something is coming up for sure, yep. Okay. Recreation and promoting social inclusion.
It looks
Please go ahead.
We can't see the presentation or the presenter, but I guess we're working on it.
You mean the ones who are in the audience there? You can't see it?
Not yet, but I think it's coming through.
Okay, now the online people, including me, we can see it. We can't see the presenter, we can see the slides. That's okay.
Where's my camera? Okay, I'm trying to turn on my camera as well so that you see me. Please let me know when you see me.
Yeah, now we can see you. At least the online people. How are you? And you're coming all the way from South Africa.
Yes, I'm in South Africa.
Welcome.
Can I start?
Please start, yes, thank you.
This is the presentation that I have, Recreation and Promoting Social Inclusion. Before I start my presentation, can I declare that this is more of a literature reviewed topic that I did here. And the reason for that, it's because when we talk of recreation in South Africa, it's quite a niche area. There's still a misconception of what recreation is here in South Africa. There's limited understanding of what recreation is. When we talk of recreation, they only specify it to one aspect, which is sports, which is not true. But then engaging with other institutions, like I've been working with Prof. Robinson from the Clayton University in the USA, where I saw that most of the international institutions, they are doing quite well in recreation, and it's not like us. From the 26 universities that we have in South Africa, if you talk of recreation, then they'll be aligning recreation to sports. So it's not really a prominent thing, as I said before. Hence, I'm declaring to you that there's no research that has been conducted, but it's mainly information that has been based on literature that I will be presenting from this paper. Okay. Is the second slide available?
Yes.
We can see it
showing?
Online.
Yes. So if you see what introduction to recreation is, it indicates that introduction is participating in recreational activities, which of course brings health to people if you participate in recreational activities. The purpose of this presentation, therefore, is to discuss the contributions of documented theory, as I have alluded before and declared that most of the work that I'll be presenting here, it's work that is literature-based. It's not that it's research that has been conducted about recreation. So now reflecting on theory, when I went through literature trying how recreation is included or involves social inclusion, I found that social inclusion is basically defined as a process of improving the terms for individuals and groups to participate in society. Hence, a number of people will then engage in recreation. So it means it's one way of getting the society of the community together if they engage in recreational activities. Also, social inclusion, it means it's a process of improving the ability, the opportunity, and the dignity of people. Well, it might have disadvantages, but at the end, it does bring the society together. Now, recreation is an impression of excessive energy, which channels the social acceptance activities that fulfill individuals as well as the societal needs. So basically, in a nutshell, without reading the slides, what it basically says that people engage in recreational activities because of different needs that they want to achieve as human beings. And at the end of the day, those needs, they help them to be able to unite as a community. So the next slide that I'll be presenting, I looked at the theory by Go and Doyle. They were talking about the basic needs of human beings. Now, if you look at this article, it tells about the needs. I know that Doyle is talking about needs and wants, but my specification for this presentation, I mainly dealt with the needs, not the wants. So if you see what the needs are basically, if you talk about needs, there is something called the health needs. There is autonomous needs. If you talk of autonomous needs, and then there is cognitive needs, which allows, based on the thinking part, but that is why it said it's the cognitive need. You think of something and then you apply it. So that is autonomous. There is also social participation, which is also an autonomous need. You feel the need to include yourself in social activities. That becomes a need on its own. And there's also mental health, which also becomes part of the autonomous need. So those three, they are part of the autonomous needs. Now, after that, we then have the critical needs, which is the cultural and social norms, and the critical autonomy. So these are the critical needs that one has. Based on the cultures, we engage in different recreational activities. It is culture-based. And then we might be engaging in recreational activities because of health reasons and whatsoever other reasons that you might be facing. So that becomes a critical need. So the other form of a need, or why people engage in recreation, it's because of the intermediate needs. Now, if you talk of intermediate needs, those are just basic needs that a human being might need. You might be needing shelter, you might be needing food, or any, so those basic needs, that is just immediate. And that is how Doyle and Go is defining the immediate needs. So going on to literature, how then does recreation promote social inclusion? Looking at literature, recreation promotes social inclusion through creating shared experiences. People come together during the activities, they share their experiences and they connect. So that's one reason. The second one, it would be through building community bonds. You find that the community bonds through engaging in recreational activity. You might not be friends or buddies or whatsoever, but during your walking in the park together, during your time having a fun run or whatsoever, engaging in a recreational activity, you might find somebody who you can automatically bond to at the end of the day. So that is another reason why it is said that recreation, it can promote social inclusion. And then the next slide, it still continues. It talks, the third reason it will be encouraging participation. This is just more of promoting people to engage in recreational activities for health reasons, especially for the people living with disabilities. They are encouraged in most cases to engage in recreational activities. And this is where you will find that sports recreation is more dominant when you are being encouraged to participate. It will fit more into health reasons and the likes. And then the fourth one, we have providing safe space. For the community to have a safe space, they feel then therefore that engaging in recreational activities, it's a safer space for them. Though there are disadvantages of any recreational activity that I might assure from the readings from what I've got, that it's not always a safe space. There are times whereby from the space that you perceive it is a safe space, you find that that is where most of the dangerous things begin to happen, because we are human beings. People take advantage. So the space that you believe or perceive is a space one, then some other people, they might be taking advantage of that and doing wrong things. Like, for instance, in the community parks, that is where you find that most of the drug dealers, you find them in the community parks. And you find children always wanting to go to community parks, not for recreational activities and the likes, because they know there is this thing that they're going to be getting there from the parks, which might be drugs or what other substance that is there. So that's the negative part of it, and we might not shy away from that. The other part is fostering skills of confidence. Engaging in recreational activities, it fosters skills of confidence. You might be feeling you might not be sure of what you are doing, but for the fact that you engage in recreational activity, and then people start applauding for you, they start cheering up for you, then you gain that confidence of saying, wow, I'm doing something good. Then that is why it says it fosters confidence. And of course, it does bring the potential to the development of the skill. Then the last one, it will be promoting equity. By promoting equity, it means that a range of recreational opportunities cater for different interests and needs. Communities can work towards reducing inequalities. For example, providing low-cost or free activities ensures that financial barriers do not prevent people from participating. So that is where the equity comes in, that some of the recreational activities, you don't really have to pay in order for you to engage in those recreational activities. They are just being done for free. Well, then if you want something extra, then you will find yourself going to the Virgin Actives, you pay for your gym or whatsoever. But on ordinarily basis, engaging in recreational activities, it is an activity that you can do just for relaxation purposes. So those are the activities that you can do. So in concluding the presentation, I may say engaging in recreational activities, it is essential. It contributes to identifying strategies of dealing with challenges, and recreating provides a wide range of functional and aesthetical pleasing environments. So it is something that we are supposed to be doing, all as human beings, to boost our health, to boost our egos, and just to live a healthy living style, engaging with the communities, being just a free soul, if I may put it as simple as that, then you can engage in recreational activities. I've not gone to the extent of counting the different types of recreational activities. As I said, that for us here in South Africa, in all the institutions, this is still a very niche something that we are still trying to deal with. We only associate it to one part, which is aspects. Yet there are a number of activities that you can do, walking in the parks, understanding the different types of parks, which is something, again, that we don't have here in South Africa. But slow and slow, we will eventually get there, as long as we collaborate with other institutions, and then we preach out this information to the students that we teach and to the public that we live around with, that engaging in recreational activity, it is healthy for your soul, for your health, for your mind, just for relaxation purposes. And that is what recreation is all about. And it does promote social inclusion. So I will end the presentation there. I will be guided by my fellow colleagues, and I will be able to take questions if they are. Thank you.
Okay, now you did take 17 minutes to present that, so we will have lunch, and we're already 5 minutes into lunch here. So I think what we'll do is we'll not have the Q&A. We'll let the people go. Agita, we'll let the people go for their lunches, and we'll hold your Q&A for later. And I just want to say a remark, though, very quickly, is when you think of the presentations that we've had, it really shows the strength of ITSA. You know, we've gone geographically, we've gone from Latvia to the Azores, owned by Portugal, to you in South Africa, and to Jens Reinhardt talking about Southeast Asia. So really shows the strength and coverage of our researchers and of ITSA. So thank you very much, everyone, all the presenters, all the people who are there in person, all the people who are online, and please enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much, everybody.
I don't know if we should wait for others, since we have 5 presentations in this session. Maybe I can check who is with us. For this presentation, social value creation in tourism, is there anyone here for this presentation? I don't think so. So, developing and validating a scale measuring socially sustainable tourist behavior. Lee?
The presenter for the first presentation is online.
Yeah, the first presentation is online, but cannot see anyone here in my screen.
I'm here.
For the first presentation.
The first presentation is Adriana. I'm here.
Okay. Hi, Adriana from Aveiro. I don't see you in my screen. I don't know why, but okay, you are here. It's good to know. Yes?
I'm here, presential, in the room.
Okay.
Not online.
Okay. Yeah, because this session says here it's online. Okay, so Adriana, you are in Latvia. It's good. Good for you. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it. So for the third presentation, priorities for South African mothers during family vacations. The presenter is here with us. No. Okay, so I think that we should move on for the first presentation. Adriana, my dear friend from University of Aveiro. So just to present this session, bottlenecks for sustainable planning of tourism destinations. So we are starting with Adriana, social value creation in tourism. How far can tourism push? So Adriana, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Claudia, just for your information.
Yes.
The speaker from South Africa was in the first session. So you will not have that one. So you'll have 4 speakers. They'll have more time. You'll have more time.
Yeah. So she was right saying that it was the lunch. Okay. Thank you, Alistair.
Yes, sure.
So, sorry, Adriana, you can start, please.
Yes, thank you. Okay, my name is Adriana Fumishimiki. I'm a researcher in the University of Aveiro in Portugal. And also I am professor in Brazil. I am Brazilian. In the University of Federal of Campina Grande. I will present to you a little part of a research project that we developed in Portugal. It's part of the large agenda, Portuguese agenda of developed tourism, especially the project named is ATT, is Agenda of Transformation Tourism. So this is one part of the project. This is a large project with very many things. This article was developed with Professor Rui da Costa, that is our coordinator in this project, and the student Larissa Almeida, me, and the Professor Filipa Brandão. We are talking about the social value in tourism, but we need to understand first this evolution. So over time, the focus on measuring impacts of tourism was first the economic view. Then in the middle of the 2000 years, we started to include the social perspective and environmental, especially environment perspective in this time. And recently, we evolved to a look beyond the GDP approaches, much more toward well-being destinations. So this evolution are happening in our literature and also in the practitioners, but it still is a little fragmented. There are different perspectives, different looks to analyze the resident, the impacts. We listen about this all day in the previous presentations. So we understand that we need to develop a framework that can group these different views and provide a way to a large framework can be adapted for different destinations. And this is that part of this project. So we understand the tourist comparativeness should create value for the destinations, value individual and collective value to minimize problems of the society and needs of society. Considering that, we ask how to assess tourist social impacts, considering the destination well-being, to help this destination to achieve the social development goals. And then we established 3 specific goals for this study. First, identify in the literature what indicators of tourism, socio-cultural impacts we have, and provide an extensive list that can be useful to managers. And then propose a model based on this review, this literature review, propose a model, a framework that can monitor the social tourism effects in the host society. And also, we try to understand the path evolution of the literature on social cultural impacts, but focus in specific what we named the value creation, social value creation from tourism. Our theoretical background have 3 main perspectives: destination well-being, tourist development beyond the GDP, and society-centric tourist development. That means the society, resident well-being, needs to be placed in the first, not more as a complementary view. We need to prioritize the effects on society and then look beyond GDP. Also, destination performance must be measured by the social value that the tourism can create in the host society. This is our look about social centered tourist development. So social value for us from tourism is the balance, the negative and positive. You need to create a positive balance among these effects. Our work, as I say before, is a little part of this project. So the first part is defining this framework. So we developed an integrative literature review using the PRISMA protocol. We analyzed 237 articles and extracted the indicators. These articles as focus in measuring tourist development. So we extract these indicators from these articles. We achieved a number of more than 5,000 indicators, and these 5,000 indicators, 1,339 are socio-cultural indicators. Then a lot of indicators, and you look at this and see what I do now. Many indicators is the similar or synonymous, or so you need to apply another method to understand our data. So we use a co-word analysis to create word families. To each indicator, we look at the indicator and ask, what effect of tourism this indicator measuring? So this answer allows us to create labels of first order and second order that we group and create our database analysis. So we create 7 dimensions and 36 subdimensions that group these indicators. Also, we analyze this frame time first period and second period to understand the evolution of these indicators. Then, this is our result, our framework from this cohort analysis. We created 7 groups, as you can see: sociocultural atmosphere, community identity, community facilities, cultural heritage, community life, empowerment, and equity and inclusion. And inside each dimension, there are a lot of sub-dimensions. Let's understand what we propose with this framework. First, the first pillar is socio-cultural intangible elements. That group is socio-cultural atmosphere and the community identity. So there are a lot of indicators in this to understand the effect of tourism on the socio-cultural intangible elements. The second pillar is focusing tangible elements. So we group it cultural heritage and community facilities. And the third pillar has 3 sub-dimensions: community life, empowerment, and equity and inclusion. This pillar tries to capture the idea how much tourists use the tangible and intangible elements and affect our community. To understand the evolution, we look first, the first period for us represents our control period. So we look at the first, the main models in this period, more citated models in this period, Crouch-Andrich, Rassan, and Dyer-Quinn. And we analyze these models. And you look, there are 45 indicators related to socio-cultural aspects. But these indicators in that time frame are much more related to tourist offer, like infrastructure or museums or attractions, cultural attractions. So much more directed to tourists than community. And generic indicators. In the second period, it's like the period that spread the Sustainable Development Goals. Then the number of indicators increased to 408 indicators, and we can observe that they started the well-being indicators, participation, community, and many other elements that is more focused in the community, but much more in sustainable approach because the Sustainable Development Goals. So there are efforts of scholars to introduce the sustainability in the competitors, tourist monitors of competitiveness. So it's not totally toward the community. It's much more how can use the natural elements, the cultural elements to promote the tourism. And the last period, the increase of indicators is very large, 931 indicators in the literature. And then we have really observed how much scholars are looking for the community, the interaction among tourists and residents. So how much tourism impacted the community daily life. The indicators start to show the everyday life effects of tourism and really start to assessment of the interaction between community and tourist. We can see in this picture, let me see here, how much the evolution of subdimensions. The second period is in blue. You can see every subdimension grow, some more. For example, community resources and cultural resources point more increase in this time. And then we can observe some elements related to assets of the community, but how the first serves the community, like churches or social sport facilities or other elements that are developed to the community, but also serve tourists. And we found only one that reduce local business inclusion. Only this indicator present reduction in this time. But we think it's because our focus was social indicators, and this is much more economic indicators. Maybe this is because our data show decrease. Social participation in governance is another standard indicators, but the interesting part for us that tourists are push another views, and social harmony, protective policy, and community response is the new indicators that show the literature. And for me, I'm be happy with this because I understand, okay, we are doing well our work. We are pushing new ways to understand how much tourism affects our communities and how much the community responds to tourism. So the results, final results, we propose a composite assessment with 150 indicators to monitor tourist value creation. Of course, the destination can't use many indicators like 150, but this list is a toolbox useful to manage, choose the best indicator for each destination, because each destination has goals and particular characteristics. So this list can help. We choose based the indicators more representative in the literature, indicators that use secondary data because facilitate the collected data, and we indicate how in this list of indicators, what indicators is a necessary baseline to the destination participate in the international networks like INSTO, International Network of Sustainable Observatories. So they need to accomplish some measures, baselines, so we point in this list how indicators is baseline. This composite assessment is based in our results from the cohort analysis, so group intangible and tangible aspects and the connection between cultural research and the local distinctiveness. Also is a focus on tourist society-centric development. I cannot explain everyone because we don't have time. I look because I don't know how much time I have.
Adriana, you have 1 minute to finish, please, okay?
So this is only to understand our construction. And the conclusions is the evolutionary path of sociocultural assessment that starts with tangible cultural research and sociocultural assets to develop tourism now is really a sociocultural context that focuses in social value creation and community well-being. So we finally are thinking that a good place to visit needs to be a good place to live. So our idea of destination, tourist destination comparativeness is the capacity to attract visitors while providing meaningful experiences resulting from the interaction between visitor and residents in a business model that creates economic, environmental, and sociocultural value to the host society, therefore improving the quality of life and residents' well-being. Our implication of this first part of our projects is the integration of knowledge about tourist sociocultural impacts. The innovative framework that we propose considers this connection among the cultural society and tourist tower social value, and the destination comparative is focused in well-being. The article provides one of the most comprehensive lists of tourist sociocultural impacts with this view of social value creation. So we synthesize most of the indicators of the literature. This is very helpful toolbox to destination managers. Our research has limitations, of course. First, the focus on tourism and sustainability can limit our sample of articles, and you use a non-automatized classification of indicators, and then can cause some bias. To mitigate this limitation, we implement a double check process among research. As further research, we indicate a qualitative study to validate the sociocultural indicators using focus group with stakeholders. That is our next step next month. After apply full-set qualitative comparative analysis to identify the optimum combination of indicators and validate a scale to model sociocultural impacts. As I said before, the study is funded by the Plan of Recuperation Resiliência for Portugal. So we thank this foundation and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Adriana. Thank you so much for your presentation. Exciting topic. I'm sure that we will have some questions from the audience, online or in person in the room. I would just say that is very interesting how you focus, how you analyze the data, trying to see how also the research could accompany the reality, or the reality was driven by the research. Is so interesting to see how you did this analysis. So questions from the audience, please, to Adriana. Questions, some suggestions? This is a project that is ongoing. Alistair, please.
Here a question here. Okay.
Yes. Let me just, because I cannot see who is in the room. So, Alistair, do you mind to hear the question from the audience, and then Alistair will pose the question
from the audience first? Yes, please.
Yes, please. Okay, so let's hear the question from the audience.
Yes.
Right, thank you. It's not a question, it's just an observation that I picked up, which I find quite peculiar but very interesting as well. We just hosted the International Adventure Conference last week, and one thing that came out quite strongly there was we should stop measuring the success of the tourism industry on GDP numbers, economic statistics. A lot of destinations in the developing world are still measuring their success purely by economic numbers. And what you've shown today is that there's much more to that. But what I found interesting and insightful was how the number of indicators over the decades has actually increased. So in one way, we should be measuring less economics, more social, cultural impacts, but there's been an increase, the opposite increase of indicators. So not a question, just an observation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
The number is 138% of growth.
Amazing. Alistair, please, your question, your comment.
Thank you, Adriana. And it's great to have some representation from Brazil, as well as Portugal. So again, it shows that ITSA has no boundaries in terms of geography. I think your research is very interesting. I assume it's based upon literature reviewing. Am I correct? Is that right?
Yes, literature review.
Okay. Now, I know there's another presentation coming up from Jiawei Li, which is a bit different. And it seems like what you're trying to do is to come up with indicators to measure destination or either performance or competitiveness. Is that correct?
Yes. We try to identify the indicators that measure competitiveness or development tourism, but with focus in social value creation to the host community.
Okay. So it's not based upon the tourists, and it's not based upon the residents, it's based upon the destination.
Yes.
Your focus is on the destination.
Yes,
okay.
the focus on destination.
Now, you said this yourself. You came up with 150 indicators. Yes. Do you think that that's realistic, that a destination can measure 150 indicators? But you know, I'm not, Adriana, please understand, I'm not trying to be critical of your work. One of our goals in ITSA is to narrow the gap between practitioners and academics, as well as the developing and so I'm kind of thinking that 150 indicators practically is too many. And if you agree, how would you take your indicators and reduce them to a more viable list that the destinations could on their own measure? So maybe you could think about how would you prioritize the indicators? Maybe that's the way to ask the question.
Yes, I think each destination should look, for example, this list and choose the best indicator. Because, for example, we are developing a monitor lab for the Costa Nova and Barra in Portugal. So it's a coast, small city and a coast destination. So they need specific indicators. In this study, our intention is develop a large framework. Then each destination can choose better options. But I understand we need to prioritize, I think, because economic factors, you don't have money to monitor so much the indicators, so you need to choose. But the literature indicates that our look about how you can monitor tourism are evolved to more socio-cultural than economic. It's like economic is important, of course, you don't do nothing without money, but you need to understand that our final goal is socio-cultural and not economic. And economic is the way to achieve the socio-cultural goals.
One idea for you, Adriana, is that maybe you take the indicators to like a Delphi study or an expert panel, and you ask them to narrow the list by priority. So and that might get you another paper. So I think it's worthwhile thinking about that.
In the paper, we signalize the best indicators, and we name it the baseline indicators. So it's like the indicators that every destination should have.
Sure, you have a comprehensive list. What I'm saying is, what ones can most destinations use, including the smallest destinations, and how would you narrow it down? 150, I personally think is too many.
Yeah.
And you know, you mentioned Crouch and Ritchie's model. It's a fabulous model, but it's too complicated for anyone who's a practitioner to articulate and use. Academics love the model, including me. I love it, and they're two very good scholars. But it's a model that you just can't use in real world DMOs because it's too complex. So, okay, I'm not trying to be critical of your work, please, Adriana.
It's a good comment because we are moving to the next phase, and the next phase is choose what indicators we use in Portugal. Yeah. So this list is a previous list.
Did you publish it?
Sorry? I don't...
Did you publish it? You talked about a paper.
Oh, no.
Did you publish
not yet. No? Not yet.
Okay. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, Adriana, Alistair, and the comments also from the audience, in-person audience. So we are moving on to the next presentation that is developing and validating a scale measuring socially sustainable tourist behavior. Yeah, Yuli, it's with us online. So please, you can start. I will raise my hand. I will give you this sign when you have 2 minutes of your presentation, just to have a time frame. Okay? So you can start. The floor is yours.
Would you like me to share the screen from my side? Okay, give me 1 second. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we are seeing now, so you can start, please.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Javeli. I'm a lecturer from the University of Greenwich from London. And this is the work I did with Professor Andres Kokostevniak and Professor Elster, who is here. Our research
Sorry, can we just pause you there for a second? On our side, we cannot see the presentation. There we go. Thank you.
Oh, you can. Okay. So our research is developing and validating a scale measuring socially sustainable tourist behavior. When we're traveling, I don't know if you have seen some unpleasant behaviors from tourists. For instance, the pictures show some not quite good behaviors from tourists that damaged the Great Wall and even naked in front of the mountain. So my research is about the social sustainable behavior. We know the sustainable topic has been emerged quite decades ago and been increasing area. However, when we run the research, the keywords of sustainable behavior, on the Scopus, we found a much larger amount of publications on sustainable behavior, on sustainable tourism, tourist behavior, sustainable consumer behavior, and then the green line shows the publication on sustainable tourist behavior. It shows a big gap between these relevant topics. A systematic literature review we have published last year shows actually from the year 2015, there is a shift from the environmental pillar to social and economic pillar. So my research is what actions should be measured as socially sustainable towards behavior. So before my research, we don't really know what actions should be considered or measured as socially sustainable behavior. In order to answer this question, the research objectives are to comprehensively explore what actions should be considered as socially sustainable, and then to develop a practical scale that can be used realistically measuring socially sustainable towards behavior, and then to validate this developed scale by testing the main antecedents. Our population is among Chinese visitors. So the literature review for my research contains 3 parts. First one is a systematic literature review on sustainable tourist behavior, and then a review on socially sustainable behavior. And then last part, we also reviewed the literature on Chinese tourist behavior. There are 3 very closely or even interchangeably used terms, are ethical tourist behavior, and responsible tourist behavior and sustainable tourist behavior. There actually one publication published in 2022 measuring sustainable tourist behavior. That scale indicating the responsible tourist behavior is one of the factor, is a lower level factor of the sustainable tourist behavior. So to simplify the understanding of these 3 terms, our ethical behaviors are more actions aligned with laws, regulations, and ethics, and responsible behaviors are actions respects destination residents' needs and interests from all 3 pillars. And sustainable tourist behavior, it emphasizes a contribution from tourists.
So the socially sustainable towards behavior in my study refers to the behavior contribute to the sustainability from a social perspective. To validate this scale, there are so many antecedents or factors can influence, like used to antecedents used in previous studies. And the most applied theories are the theory of planned behavior and the norm activation theory and the value belief norm theory. So over all the 50 theories I found in the systematic literature review, we partially combine these three theories, given that all of these theories have their limitations. So after combine these theories, the factors used to validate the socially sustainable towards behavior, including values, four values, and one belief, and another norm, two norms. One is a social norm, and one is subjective norms. Yeah. So the methodology used in developing and validating this scale, including 4 stages. The first 2 stages are qualitative. So first, reviewed all the literature, both academic and non-academic. Then we run these items through an expert panel study, and then to simplify the items obtained from literature and documents. After the expert panel study, the first one is a pilot quantitative study. It's an online survey, and the following is a main survey, is the main scale validation. I want to say a big thank you to ITSA, because we get in touch with 35 world-class experts, and with 45.7% response rate. The majority of the professors and practitioners are actually members from ITSA. And the institution located globally, because we're trying to develop a scale that can be used globally. The institution located in locations including the UK, US, Canada, Italy, Australia, and we also have experts from developing areas, including South Africa, Mexico, and Asia Pacific. So this stage allows us to obtain as comprehensively as possible items and to generate the initial dimensions of the scale. In the quantitative study, the first pilot study, we collected 190 samples and 101 used for analysis. As a result, 12 items were modified due to the skewed response distributions, and another 9 items were revised due to the cross-loading. The main questionnaire was contributed online due to the restriction of the location and its convenient sampling. In total, 1,249 completed questionnaire were obtained, and after data screening, 1,214 were used for data analysis. So for the main data analysis, a PLS-SEM model was adopted. This was considered the nature of the exploratory study, because we don't have a existing framework or model for socially sustainable behavior. We don't really know what factors. So after consulting experts in methodological experts, we decided to use the PLS-SEM instead of the CB-SEM. As a final result, 29 final items were maintained out of 87 items we obtained from this literature. 8 constructs were finalized including sustainable travel information retrieval. That means the sustainable tourist behavior should even start before tourists go on a trip. So when at the planning stage, tourists should proactively getting information about the travel destination and travel methods. And then the other constructs are supportive sustainable tourism practices and engaging, then interacting and compliant behaviors. These 5 factors were adapted from a previous study on the dimensions of tourist responsibility. As I mentioned earlier, responsible behavior is actually a lower factor of this sustainable. Therefore, another 3 constructs were identified from our study, including sustainable travel advocacy and sustainable travel influencing and ethical tourist practices. So this is a result of our validation results, shows the majority antecedents the hypotheses were supported. Another 2, the labeled in gray, are also positive. However, it's not statistically significant, but with a larger sample size, it probably will support the hypothesis as well. Our contribution, including 3 parts. First one is academic, because this is the first scale measuring socially sustainable tourist behavior, and it will form a bridge in study social, cultural, sustainable behavior in various contexts. Another one is practical. It outlines the crucial tourist behavior that contributes to social sustainability for governments and practitioners, and provides insights directly concerning how to promote this type of behaviors among Chinese tourists. In the longer term, this study also contributes to UN SDG in different to different SDGs, as I highlighted in colored ones. So we checked all the little tasks in SDG, and then found these behaviors closely connected to the following colored SDGs. So there are limitations of our study. First one is it's an online study and convenient sampling. So a future experimental study in the cross-cultural study would be much more beneficial. Yeah, so these are some future research agenda. I just want to highlight one thing is consider the role of digital and AI and technological tools in fostering behavior studies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm sure that we have some questions, some comments from the audience. Very interesting. This study focused mainly on tourists, opposed to the previous one on the community. So let's hear some questions, please.
Hello. Congratulations for the presentation. I like the model. I'm curious about what variables you use to represent sustainable travel influence.
Oh, the social. Are you asking the social influencing behavior?
Yes, you show
yes.
There are 3 new dimensions, and one is about sustainable travel influence.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk about
that? Yes, sure. Thank you so much for the question. So that actually including because we found peer influence is very powerful in encouraging or nudging sustainable behavior. And another one including provide honest comments or feedback to the travel provider, and then to share the experience, to share the sustainable travel tip using social media wisely. So that's the main action in that construct. Thank you.
Thank you.
More questions, please? Comments on this presentation, please?
I could add a comment.
Yes, please. Alistair.
I'm one of the authors. Jawe, that was a very nice presentation. And I think your research is really exceptional. As one of your PhD supervisors, so I'm biased. But it doesn't matter. It's you call a spade, as they say, and it's true. I just want to tell the audience that Jawe has already got 2 publications from this during her PhD journey, and she's now a doctorate, and she's now a lecturer. She published in the Journal of Responsible Tourism, and you should probably be aware of that journal. It's a new one coming up. And she also published in Sustainable Development, which is a very top journal with, I think, about a journal impact factor about 10. So Jawe is doing really well at bridging the gaps that exist in the literature. But also, one of the things I said in my presentation, I mentioned Jawe in my presentation this morning in her research, is that, and this is for Adriana too, not critical. Many of academics fail to look at the professional literature, at the practitioner literature. And Jawe made it a point of not only going to academics, she went to practitioners, consultants, and so on, people in business. But she also consulted the practical literature, what was written about socially sustainable tourist behavior, sustainable tourist behavior, responsible behavior, and found some items in there that she couldn't find in the academic literature. So would you elaborate on that, Jawe, about how that journey into the practical world, how that helped your research?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for the kind words. You always been so kind to me. Sorry, guys. Thank you so much for being so kind to me. So actually, because when we developed this scale was like when we started this was like 3-4 years ago, and the majority of publications, academic publications, definitely focusing on environmental, like 86% of the study. And then it's really limited number of publications talking about even social and culture when we talk about tourist behavior. And we would even consult like experts will say like why tourists need to do this. But the point is, it's not like they need to do this. We need to what? We need to encourage, and then we found a way to nudge them. For instance, to support local business. Actually, one of the actions is support local business. Is to consume locally. But at that point, nobody really consider this as a social sustainable behavior. So we look at the practical publications, the reliable ones from the UN, WTO, and also other tourism organizations, and also different world. Different countries' world, tourism board website to find their guideline and to see what action they actually trying to promote. And then we take all these items and then to refine them. Actually, almost half of the actions are from the non-academic. So I found it's really useful. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Yaoi. So, very interesting debate and topics that we have in this session. So we are moving to the next one. Action of tourists during travel as the aspect in the field of tourism. Lyudmila, I think that is in the audience in person. Is it? Yes. So the next presenter is in the room. I cannot see it online. Yeah, so we have Lyudmila, correct?
Afternoon, everybody. So I am Rosa Nadia Potgieter. I am from South Africa. And today I'm going to present a part of a...
Rose, just let me tell you, I'm sorry, because there was a misunderstanding between presenter in the morning from South Africa, and we thought that this paper was presenting in the morning, so I'm sorry. We are going to hear Roseanne, key priorities for South African mothers during family vacations, right?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, so sorry for this misunderstanding. So Roseanne, please, the floor is yours.
That's fine, thank you. So this study is on South African mothers going on family vacations. Just to let you know, this is part of a mixed method study. So the first steps of this study was a quantitative study that was conducted last year. And the results of the quantitative study guided the questions for the second step, which is the qualitative study that I will be presenting. So I am very glad to see quite a few females in the room. If there are mothers in the room, would you please just put up your hands if you've got a kid, 1, 2, 3. So we've got a few mothers in the room. So if you think about family holidays, you would typically think of pictures like these. Family busy, taking a selfie, smiling, everybody is smiling, beautiful weather, there's no fights between the children, and their cell phone is charged, right? We are thinking of activities where there are sports equipment involved, and the whole complete family is doing activities together. Or you can imagine a picture of a family and an extended family on a picnic spot or a beautiful viewing spot, spending quality time together. Your mother is watching the children while they are having some great time together, and she is trying to relax as well. But what is the realities of family holidays, especially in the view of a mother? If you go on a family vacation with your family, you still need to clean the self-catering house or the Airbnb that you are staying, or the campsite where you are camping. If you are a mother, you still have to clean up after the kids, you still need to do some laundry, you still need to change the nappies. That work does not stop. You also, except if you are in a fully serviced hotel room, you still need to make breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So before I continue, I just want to put a disclaimer. One of my reviewers of my article highlighted, what about the dads? So I'm not excluding them. I am not a feminist, I'm not at all. I do realize the importance of dads. But this study was born out of me going out on a conference about 2.5 years ago. I've got twins. They were 8 months old at that time. And I decided, not very cleverly, to go to an academic conference in South Africa in the middle of nowhere with twins. And there were some problems that I experienced. And that gave the birth to this study. What do mothers go through while on family vacations? But dads are important, I have to acknowledge that. So the aims of my study is to determine why family vacations are important to mothers. I want to determine if they actually do relax while they go on vacation. And I wanted to determine emerging themes emanating from the mothers' experiences while they were on holiday. Quickly looking at some of the literature. Families that travel and go on vacation are a considerable part of domestic tourism, especially in South Africa. Family vacation is supposed to be synonymous with words such as rest, family activities, fun, and laughter. The ideal family vacation will contribute in fostering a sense of family togetherness and connectedness while being removed from the daily pressures and stress. Vacations are important to balance the time deficit families have together in their everyday life. I'm sure that all of you will agree that you are not getting to spend as much time with your family as you would like to ideally spend. Family vacation time is supposed to be free from work and from producing things for the profit of others. But a vacation with children might create stress instead of reducing the stress. If you go on holiday with your children, you cannot escape from the work. Chantal, I hope I'm saying the surname correctly, has been a great inspiration for this study. She focuses a lot on family vacations and family tourism, so I am citing her quite a lot. Children and parents have vastly different needs and requirements for a vacation, which then leads to tensions and stressors during a family vacation. So, when you go on a family vacation, what are some of the disruptors that can happen and can have an impact on the family vacation? You can be in overcrowded places. There can be the case where there has not been an agreement between all the family members what each one's role is. Is mom supposed to do all the cooking? Who's supposed to look after the kids? There can be illness, and I'm not just referring to children getting sick with the flu, but you can have older parents that is like terminally sick, or there's a cancer or diabetes in the family. When mother and dad does not get along, so there's relationships where there is fighting happening, or mother fighting with the teenager, and then you get different personalities in the family composition. You get the extrovert that wants to play the music extra hard, and you get the introvert that wants to sit in the corner and look out over the lake. And these personalities are going to clash during a family vacation. The last one is the trip to the destination being so stressful, especially if you're driving in a car, long trip that has to be done with kids in the back of the car. Just a little bit more on the literature. Mothers will prioritize families' happiness and satisfaction to try and maximize the family's enjoyment. It's vital for parents to balance the periods of own time versus family time so that they can try and reduce the tensions. And families will conduct repeat visits to destinations if they are going to experience stress-free vacations. And that's the selling point to destinations. If you can offer a stress-free visit, hopefully families will come and revisit you. So, we did a qualitative research with one-on-one, face-to-face interviews that were conducted with mothers. The inclusion criteria were it had to be mothers of families who have gone on vacation nationally or internationally within the last 2 years. I did not put an age limit on the children. I do still see the study as an exploratory study, and there's still so much that can be found out on this topic. Mothers were invited on various Facebook mother groups to invite them to participate in my qualitative study. If they wanted to participate, they would send me a direct message, and I would then schedule an interview with them where I would go to their homes and do the interviews in their homes. The interview lasted about 10 to 15 minutes with 12 open-ended questions that were posed to them. In total, 17 interviews were conducted, and they were still transcribed on the same day. I did reflexive thematic analysis, and a total of 131 codes were assigned up to a stage of theoretical saturation. So, what are the results of my study? The first big question is, why do mothers go on vacation with their families? And if I look at the word cloud, some words that came out was together, being together with your family. Quality time was very clear that came out. Everybody wants to spend quality time with their family members. They want to relax. A lot of comments about, I want to make some memories with my children, or another word was, I want to build a legacy for my children. A few mothers commented where they grew up very poor, so they never had the experiences of family vacations, and now that they do have the money, they want to create a legacy of memorable family vacations with their children. They want to reconnect, and they do want to rest. 2 comments of mothers I've got. We wanted a change of scenery and spend some quality time together. And another one said that they wanted a different environment where everybody is more relaxed. There should be no time limit, no routine, no schedule that needs to be adhered to. The second question that I then asked is, how does the mother relax? Okay? And some very interesting results came here. She likes to read. She likes to go to a massage. She likes building puzzles. There's mothers that drive puzzles to the destination to go and build the puzzles there. They like walking, they like drinking, they like to sleep. Quite a few mothers that just wants to take an afternoon nap. And then there were the words that came out, I'll show it on the next one. They do want to spend some alone time, and if I mean alone time, just her, but she also wants to spend time just with her partner, no kids involved. So, they read, love reading, never get to time during the year, so she wants to lie in the sun and just read. If I don't get a massage, then I don't feel like I've been on a holiday. I got the time to finish a jigsaw puzzle and read 2 books. This mother loves taking afternoon naps, having a drink while sitting at the pool, and do things we could do without the kids. Another mother, I want to sleep, I want to lie down and I want to relax. And then we can talk about the kids and eat together. So the last results that I'm going to show is based on the analysis that was done, and there are 4 themes that emerged out of the results. That doesn't look like the light is showing, but if you look at the yellow blocks, that is the first theme that emerged, and that is the theme of quality time. I enjoy my kids. The mother said, I want to spend quality time with them and I want to do activities with my family. Then the second theme that emerged was, but I am still on parenting duty. I'm on vacation, but I'm on parenting duty, and that is now the orange block. The third block that came out is, I'm on parenting duty, I want to spend quality time with my children, but I don't get time to relax like I want to. And this is now where the conflicting emotions of the mother is showing. I don't trust anybody with my kids and I don't get time to relax. And then all the blue blocks on the right-hand side is all the theme about the partner. I like to be on my own, but I also want to spend time with my husband. Okay, so it's constantly this conflict that this mother is experiencing. I want to spend quality time with my kids, but I want to be alone. I want to rest, but I want to be with my partner. So it's this constant fight that she's going through internally. So what's the conclusions we can draw out of this study? The main reasons for family vacations is to spend quality time together. The family wants to reconnect and they want to bond. Activities mothers like to engage in is reading a book, sleeping, having a drink, going for a walk or a massage, or spend some alone time with her partner. The 4 themes is quality family time. Mothers are still on parenting duty. They do not get to relax like they want to relax, and the importance of fathers to assist with the kids, but also spend one-on-one time with the mothers. I do have limitations in my study. The mothers all hailed from the Gauteng area, that's the Johannesburg area, so that's where I reside, and it's just thus a small geographical area. The study only focused on married mothers, giving the opportunity. So I initially conducted 21 interviews. I excluded 4 interviews. 3 of those interviews were divorced mothers, and their results were totally the opposite. She does not have somebody to rely on to watch the kids, or that she wants to spend time with where the father or the partner would have been involved. And then there was one mother from South Africa, we call it cultural holidays. So you go on a December holiday, but you go to your traditional home, and there will be celebrations. It's a birthday celebration, it's a wedding, it's a funeral that goes on for weeks, but she has to cook that whole time. So it's seen as a vacation, but there's a lot of work included. So that is 2 additional areas that can be focused on: divorced mothers and then mothers that goes on traditional vacations. Other members of the family also have to be focused on. We have to focus on the fathers or the partners of the mother, and then also focusing on the children, although ethics will probably be a challenge there. It is a small but representative sample for a qualitative study. Some recommendations for research: explore all the family members that's included. There's extended family members, grandfathers, uncles, all of brothers and sisters of senior families that's joining in. So there are so many family members that can be interviewed for questions like this. Splitting up the children according to their age categories, the thought would be that younger children is probably more work than what teenage children is, hopefully. And then the mixed method study to be totally completed. Some recommendations for the industry: create opportunities where family can engage in family activities, where they can spend time together and they can bond. So that's ticking the box for quality family time and bonding. And then also create opportunities where the parents can break away alone. There's a babysitter for the kids, and they can spend hopefully a romantic evening or afternoon together. Should the decision makers of family be satisfied, hopefully repeat visits will be ensured for that destinations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Roseanne, and I'm happy that we could hear your presentation because it's a very interesting topic. I was hearing you and seeing myself in all these pictures. So some questions from the audience, please. Or comments?
Don't hold back.
Some comments, please. I think that this is a work in progress, right, Roseanne, or is finished?
No, it's not finished. It's still a work in progress.
Okay, so comments, please. Alistair has some comment.
There's one question here.
Hi, nice to meet you, Rosa. I'm Rosa too.
Sorry, we have 2 questions at the same time. Alistair online.
Oh.
Just let's hear him and then the audience, please, okay?
Yeah.
Alistair,
let the audience people go first because they...
Okay.
They're there.
Yeah, it's
Thank
not.
you, Claudia.
Yeah, it's not a question; it's observation. I'm not talking from a mother perspective, but a daughter perspective. So maybe it could be a suggestion: involve their kids in the activities, like for example, camping, climbing. So not to put them in a corner, but even that time is a quality time, and a mother can educate and with these activities too. So yeah, it's a quality time too. Yeah, thank you.
Definitely, thank you. Kids-friendly activities that everybody can take part in. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Alistair, please.
Very quickly. First of all, Rosa Ann, I want to congratulate you on focusing on family travel. I think it's a niche that's neglected. It's amazing that it's neglected because it's such a big market. And I also want to say that VFR, Visiting Friends and Relatives market, is neglected. It seems like tourism researchers want to focus on very micro markets. So I want to say that. I also want to ask you, do you think, I've done a lot of literature researching about multi-generation travel, and I'm not finding anything about multi-generation travel, although if you look in the practical literature, it says it's a trend that's increasing. So do you have any comments on multi-generation travel?
Definitely. I definitely got some literature that was supporting the growth of multi-generational traveling. Especially the comments behind it was because our world is getting so globalized, everybody is immigrating all over. So people are trying at least once a year or once every 2 years to get the whole family together. And it's this big families with grandparents, and all the extended family members traveling together. Also because of the changes that's happening in families, couples are divorcing, and then what happens is the grandparents will move in to help take care of the kids. Kids are staying longer in the family homes. Teenagers are just not leaving the homes. They are studying for longer. They're taking longer to start working. So they're just staying in the family for longer. So I definitely found literature on multi-generational travel. It's definitely on the increase. Also, older people are living longer, but they are staying with the mum or the dad. So, yes.
Thank you. Any more comments, questions? I think that you have a very interesting research to go on with, because as Alistair said, this is a huge market, but is very neglected in research. So you have several perspectives to use. I was thinking that maybe also it's important to focus on mothers. I speak for myself. I travel with my family, but also sometimes I have to travel without my family. So how do we behave? How do we face vacations and holidays and travels with and without the kids? Because we are always saying that we want vacations from the kids, but when we do that, we are always thinking on them. So all these mixed emotions are very interesting to research. So thank you, Roseanne, for this very interesting presentation. So let's go to the fourth presentation now, Ludmila. Protection of during travel as a key aspect in the field of tourism. Please, so you can start, please.
Good afternoon. I'm from Ukraine, Mykolaiv National Agrarian University. Sorry, my English, but I go to speak. So, as in many countries, tourism plays an important role in the formation of the gross domestic product, the creation of new jobs, the improvement of the population, and the maintenance of the foreign trade balance. Tourism is important in such structural sectors of the economy as transport, communication, construction, agriculture, production of consumer goods, and acts as a stimulator socio-economic development. Pretext for the development of tourist complex in Ukraine depended significantly on the end of hostilities and the complete liberation on the country's territory, as well as on the strengthening of official regulation of the tourism industry at the national level. This requires a combination of efforts with the strengthening state control in the tourism sector. It is both nothing that every year in modern science there is a growing interest in the study of topical in use in the safety of tourism. A large number of articles, monographs, and scientific and practical comments are devoted to this topic. This study contains of authors' definitions of the team's security and its various aspects, as well as other theoretical issues of ensuring the security of the individual, society, and the state. Both Ukrainian and foreign scientists and researchers, though engaged in researching the issues of safety standards in the field of tourism. New trends in the development of tourism in Ukraine are outlined. The realization of the right to the safe tourism in the conditions of the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic, external aggression, at Ceteral was reconciled as a priority. Extra systems factors. The scientists noted the possibility of realizing the such goals by updating the tourism and resort development strategy through the period until 2026, digitizing the tourism sphere, that is the development, e-tourism, health and the wellness and other safe, socially oriented tourism. In this bylaw, it is determined that the aggravation of crisis phenomenon in the field of tourism and resort indicators of need to improve state policy in this field. We agree with series and practicing of state administration that the priority way to solve systemic problems in the field of tourism is a strategically oriented state policy. In view of this, we emphasize that among the main areas of implementation of the enlist strategy, it is not by change that the developers put safety of tourists in the first place. Therefore, this once again proves the relations and importance of the chosen research topic. Its purpose was to study the theoretical, basic and practical aspects of ensuring security in the field of tourism in Ukraine. The main tasks of the study are the analysis of the concept of safety of tourism, the determination of the key principles of the production of safety standards in the tourism sphere, as well as the determination of the main directives of regulatory and legal support of the activity of ensuring safety of tourists. A study on the security of tourism in historical dimension should be studied. Sample documents aimed at protection of the property of travelers already existed in Roman law. These documents provided for an agreement between travelers and ship owners, as well as regarding the preservation of travelers' property. The situation was completed by the fact that these persons often had connections with robots and thieves, sometimes even accomplices in such thefts. In order to reduce the number of cases of robbery of travelers, the Praetorian Edict establishes increased responsibility of owners for the preservation of property of clients. The second half of the 18th, the beginning of the 12th century, view characterized by active development of industry, hotel business, transport, and particular railways. Such active development of means of communication and transport in the 12th century contributed to the development of mass tourism. Legal provision of tourist activity is carried out on the basis of international and national legal norms. Today, there are about 70 international organizations, various profiles and status dealing with the problems of international tourism development. So, we considered the main international legal acts in the field of tourism. The General resolution of the Rome UN Conference of International Tourism and Travel in 1963 developed recommendation that said it is the basis for the legal regulation of international tourists in accordance with the norms of international law. Provisions of international legal acts in the field of tourism immigrate to the norms of national legislation. Ukraine's aspiration, the European legal and economic space requires the adaptation of domestic legislation to international standards and the tourism industry provided for by the researched legal acts. From a legislative point of view, the legal basis for the development of tourism in Ukraine was established by the portion of the Law of Ukraine of Tourism, dated September 15, 1995, with amendments for decisions of 2003. These laws defined the concept of tourism safety for the first time. The field of tourists is one of the most vulnerable of the influence of non-market factors such as territories attends, both natural disasters, epidemics, and others. Therefore, in the conditions of war and active hostilities in Ukraine, it is impossible to guarantee complete safety for tourists, not for the tourism industry. However, it was nothing that even in such conditions, the tourism sector conditions to function since moving around the country is not prohibited. The State Agency for Tourism Development has published information on basic safety rules for traveling in Ukraine and martial law in the central and western regions of the country. In each region, the military administration, local offices, the state emergency service of Ukraine, the police and the military are responsible for security. Provision of the necessary sentence to tourists who find themselves in the emergency situation on the territory of Ukraine is carried out by the specialized state, communal and private services, as well as rescue teams acting in accordance with the law. The organization and...
Ludmila, sorry, Ludmila, you have 2 minutes, okay, to finish your presentation, please.
Okay, finish. The organization and you can see on the slide basic rules of tourism security during martial law. Tourism and recreational activities, they take place in a certain area, have a positive impact in the development of this place. Safety in the field of tourism and recreation should be considered as an integral component of our social or national interest of the country. No, that's all. Thank you. That's all. That's all.
Thank you so much, Ludmila. So you brought some considerations on safety and security in these troubled times. So it's very interesting, your presentation, raising a very hot topic. So I will ask from the audience questions and comments to Ludmila. Please.
I'm sorry, since my English is not very good, I can give answers to questions in written. Okay?
Okay, so thank you for your effort. It was really interesting to hear a perspective on security and safety, someone that is facing a different reality. So it's very interesting to hear from you. So I think that maybe if the audience have some questions, they can reach Ludmila in the break, maybe to be more comfortable. So I think that we should move on to the next presentation, also from Ukraine. Natalia is with us. Social responsibility of tourism industry in Ukraine.
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Natalia Shishpanova. I am Associate Professor at Department of Public Administration and International Economics, Mykolaiv National Agrarian University in Ukraine. My research is social responsibility of the tourism industry in Ukraine. CSR is essential for ensuring sustainable development, supporting local communities, protecting the environment, and fostering a positive international image for the country. Despite significant progress in this area, tourism companies in Ukraine still face challenges in effectively integrating CSR into their business strategies. The impact of globalization, the COVID-19 pandemic, and ongoing military actions have created new conditions where traditionally CSR management approaches are insufficient. Specifically, there is a lack of self-regulation mechanism and synergy among business, government, and local communities. The main goal of this research is to identify effective CSR integration models for the Ukrainian tourism industry that promote sustainable industry development, environmental protection, and local community support. Main challenges, modern challenges, a main direction of implementation of CSE in tourism. CSI is a concept in which companies voluntarily integrate social and environmental issues into their business activities and interaction with stakeholders. In global practice, the main areas of CSR implementation in tourism include rational use of natural, geographic, and cultural resources, development of waste management programs, minimizing environmental impact, preserving landscapes and biodiversity, fair treatment of employees, partners, and clients, partnering with local communities, using local products to promote the well-being of local population, and implementing charitable and educational projects. Modern challenges of the development of tourism in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine has affected not only Ukrainian tourism, but also the situation in Europe as a whole. According to the World Tourism Organization, the number of flights has dropped the most in countries such as Moldova, Slovenia, Finland, and Czech Republic due to the war in Ukraine. At the same time, the industry's contributions to Ukrainian state budget decreased by more than 30% in 2022. The flow of foreign citizens into Ukraine almost halved in 2022, and the motivational structure of travel changed. Instead of people traveling for educational, recreational, and other peaceful purposes, the country now hosts employees of humanitarian missions from international organizations. The number of businesses in the tourism and hospitality sector also declined, leading to staff layoffs. In the small hotel business alone, the workforce was reduced by 30%. All of this has impacted sales volumes. The temporary accommodation and food services sector saw a decline of 64%, while the tourist, energy and tour operator activity sector dropped by 80%. According to the state tourism data, the only revenue growth of 46% occurred in the activities of boarding houses and hostels, which in 2022 were used as temporary shelters for displaced persons. In 2023, the situation did not improve. On average, the industry shrunk by a third compared to the beginning of 2022. Taxes paid in the first 3 months of 2023 decreased by 29%, and the number of companies in the tourism sector fell by 34%. Adoption of the field of tourism to modern condition. Ukrainian tourism has adapted to the current condition and has gradually shifted into new formats. Hotel now accommodate foreign diplomats, civil activists, journalists from around the world, and various volunteers. Domestic tourism has partially recovered. In 2023, the safest west region in Ukraine becomes the most popular destination for Ukrainians seeking leisure. The most visited region were Chernivtsi, Lviv, and Zakarpattia. At the same time, there has been a noticeable decline in revenue in the southern region of the country, Odessa, Mykolaiv, and Kherson. Reviving domestic travel and within safe territories in the primary marketing goal during the war, while international tourism is likely to resume only after the war conclusions. See South tourism business of Ukraine. After Ukraine ratified the Sustainable Development Goals, the implementation of CSR principles became more widely applied in Ukrainian business. This concept includes consumer trust, employees' safety and well-being, environmental protection, and community support. To encourage the tourism business to adopt CSR, Ukraine has awards such as Tourism Tomorrow and Ecotrophia. Since 2008, the Center of Corporate Social Responsibility Development has been actively promoting CSR in Ukraine. Another example in the international tour operator TUA Group, since 2012, TUA Group has been published sustainability reports and implementing CSR strategies such as TUA Academy, TUA Junior Academy, and TUA Future Fund to improve social conditions and support education. In Ukraine, responsible behavior in CSR practices is demonstrated by companies operated under well-known international brands or national tourism enterprises that have entered the international market. However, small tourism businesses lack experience in this area. The challenges of implementing CSR in tourism organization include high costs, low social entrepreneurship culture, and the failure to recognize the strategies' advantages of socially responsible management. Currently, the social responsibility of the tourism business in Ukraine is reflected in its rapid adoption to new social needs and active support of the military, volunteers, and those affected by the war. Tourism companies provide financial assistance and services, with restaurants organize free meals for evacuated individuals, and tourism organization leveraging international contacts, assisting with transportation, finding shelters, and purchasing necessary equipment for Ukrainian defendants. Effective models of CSR integration in the Ukrainian tourism business. Effective models of integration of CSR into the Ukrainian tourism business can include several key approaches aimed at achieving sustainable industry development, environmental protection, and supporting local communities. The environmentally oriented model focuses on energy efficiency, waste management, and the conservation of natural resources. The socially responsible model supports the development of local communities and cultural tourism. The innovation digital model leverages digital technologies to reduce environmental impact and promote ecotourism, and the corporate volunteering model grades employees in social and environmental initiatives. And
you have 2 minutes to conclude. Okay, Natalia, please.
Conclusions. Tourism as an economic activity has a significant social orientation aimed at satisfying people's needs and enhances the quality of life. Social responsibility can be used as a tool of promote economic development, environmental protection, and cultural appreciation, which in turn will change the attractiveness and effectiveness of tourism companies. Successful CSR implementation will provide significant positive impact on all stakeholders and contribute to the sustainable development of the tourism sector in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natalia. Any questions? This presentation proves again, this study proves again how tourism is very resilient industry, always changing, adapting, and it's amazing how we still go on with this. We have so much to research, so much to focus on. So thank you, Natalia, for bringing this perspective, this research. Some comments, some questions from the audience, please.
Hello, thank you very much for the presentation. I think this presentation speaks very closely to my heart. My question to you is, are the government planning in advance already? You guys are going through these challenging times now, but once everything is over, are they already thinking of a plan? How are we going to fully revive the tourism industry once you guys can go back to normal? Is the plan going to be domestic tourism, or are you going to focus on international tourism? Do you have an idea?
Thank you for the questions. I so understand your English, and in Ukraine have strategies development tourism in future, and our country внимание tourism industry now too. Как-то так. Thank you.
Comments, questions, please.
If I might give a further comment, I won't ask a question again. I'd just love to see how the tourism industry is still trying to make a plan despite everything, you know, getting involved in the community, looking after the journalists. So it's, despite everything that they're going through, they're still trying to conduct business as best as possible. A lot of the stats that you showed was 2022. I take it that there isn't more recent stats on arrivals and income at the moment.
Thank you.
So, any questions or comments?
Comment?
Yes, please, Alistair.
I would like to thank Ludmila and Natalia for coming to and supporting ITSA at a very difficult time in your country's history. And I think you're the first two scholars we've ever had from Ukraine. And I hope that you will become part of the ITSA family in the future, and that you will come to more conferences, and you will let us know as scholars what we can do to help you in a scholarly way. I think that we would like to do whatever we can to assist you.
Thank you. Thank you. I say to thank you for the invitation to participate in the conference and join the discussion on important issue of tourism development and to present my own research. I was able to demonstrate how the current situation in our country and how tourism companies are adapting to these new conditions. Thank you.
Yeah, not only the companies, but also the researchers are adapting and going on and be resilient. So thank you so much for being here. So we finished this session. So interesting with lots of topics and different places on the world, from Brazil, Portugal to South Africa to Ukraine. So it's very interesting to see how the tourism industry and research is so alive and always looking for different perspectives. So thank you so much and enjoy the conference. And we, it's a family, are very happy to have new members and to embrace new members. Thank you so much.